Well, a very warm welcome to your studio-based off-tube commentary of Spain against Argentina from the New Jersey Stadium. Well, the tournament is down to the final two, and when it comes to form, few could argue that the world's two finest national teams are coming face-to-face in the searing heat this afternoon. The big question is, can Argentina become the first side since well over 60 years ago to retain the trophy, or will Spain add the golden trophy to the European Championship success of 2 years ago? 103 matches on this journey so far, a bumper journey for La Albiceleste. Late goals proving their saviour on more than one occasion in the knockout stages. Spain have yet to fall behind in this competition. In fact, they've only conceded the one against Belgium. Comeback's not necessary for them. Both sides are on clinical and pretty impressive unbeaten runs. 1966 was the last time that these two met in a World Cup match. It was the only time they met in a World Cup match. In fact, it was the only competitive match these two teams have ever played against one another before. They do it all again today in the final. It's only the eighth time that these two have come together on a football pitch. Well, we've had the likes of Tom Cruise and Robbie Williams for the pre-match formalities, but the lineups that you will care most about are the ones that have just made their way out onto the pitch in the sunshine. Spain against Argentina, and I can exclusively reveal the team news ahead of kick-off. First of all, Spain, they go unchanged, the same 11 that conquered the French on Tuesday. 8 of the 11 that started the final in Qatar 3.5 years ago for Argentina. Well, let's start with Spain, as I say, unchanged. So here is how they line up. Unai Simon is ever present in goal. Pedro Porro and Marc Cucurella, the two full-backs. Aymeric Laporte and Pau Gabassi are the two central defenders. In midfield, the important area of the pitch, Rodri and Fabian Ruiz. And then Alex Baena on the left. Lamine Yamal on the right. Dani Olmo just in front of that midfield too, with Mikel Oyarzabal in attack. I'm not going to go through the subs. There are plenty of them. It's basically everyone in the squad that's not starting. So we will cover the substitutions as and when they happen during the course of the evening. Well, for Argentina, 3 changes. Molina, Paredes and Simeone are the 3 players to drop out. Nicolas Gonzalez, Rodrigo de Paul and Gonzalo Montiel all come in and start for Argentina. So they will line up with Emiliano Martinez in goal. That back 4 of Gonzalo Montiel, Christian Romero, Lisandro Martinez and Nicolas Tagliafico. In midfield, Rodrigo de Paul and Nico Gonzalez are either side of Alexis McAllister and Enzo Fernandez, Julian Alvarez and Lionel Messi in attack. We might well see Lionel Messi pull out towards the right, and that could make for an interesting battle between Cucurella and Messi. Today's referee is from Slovenia, who gets the nod in the final. It's Sloko Vincic. His compatriots Andrej Kovacic and Tomasz Klančnik are the 2 assistant referees. Fourth official is Adhum Mukhadmat, and from Qatar on the VAR, it's Kamis Al-Mari. Sun shining bright in New York as we edge closer and closer to this grand final. Over 100 games for the first time in one of these global competitions that happen but 4 times, but every 4 years I should say. And well, Spain have won it before. Argentina are the holders. 2 of the biggest names in world football colliding here on the biggest stage of all, and kickoff is just a few minutes away. Well, in terms of form, Spain conceding just that 1 goal in the 7 matches they've played in this tournament so far. Argentina, on the flip side, haven't kept a clean sheet in any of their last 5 matches in this tournament. They're relying on comebacks against the likes of Egypt and more recently in the semi-final against England in Atlanta. we are expecting this to be a match-up between two sides that will play contrasting football, but for all intents and purposes on the football map they are very, very similar. So here we are, ready at the New York, New Jersey Stadium. It's Spain against Argentina. If you are just joining us, a quick recap of the lineup. Spain go unchanged from the semi-final victory against the French on Tuesday. 3 changes for Argentina: Molina, Paredes and Simeone dropping out. Gonzalez, that's Nicolas Gonzalez, Rodrigo de Paul and Gonzalo Montiel are the 3 players to come in. Well, unbelievable really when you look at the record between these two. 4 wins for Spain, 3 wins for Argentina. Only the 8th time they've met, and only in 1966 at this tournament have they ever met on a competitive scale. 2 of the grand names in world football at international level, and it's amazing that they just don't seem to cross paths that often, do they? But they do today, and they don't come any bigger than the final of this competition. Well, Spain, remember, are the European champions. Argentina will be looking to add this to the South American crown that they won a couple of years ago. They've dominated their continent. They are crowned champions of their continent, both Argentina and Spain. But who will be crowned champions of the world today? Well, there's the 2 sets of players shake hands ahead of kick-off. Let's once again just run through those 2 lineups for you one more time. First of all, Spain. Unai Simon in goal. Pedro Porro, Pau Gavassi, Aymeric Laporte and Marc Cucurella at the back. Fabian Ruiz and Rodri in midfield. Dani Olmo just in front of them. The 2 wide men, Alex Baena and Lamine Yamal. And then Mikel Oyarzabal in attack. And for Argentina, Emiliano Martinez in goal. That back 4 of Gonzalo Montiel, Christian Romero, Lisandro Martinez and Nicolas Tagliafico. In midfield, Rodrigo de Paul, Alexis McAllister, Enzo Fernandez and Nico Gonzalez, one of the 3 changes. Lionel Messi and Julian Alvarez leading the line. The referee, once again, just to confirm, from Slovenia is Slavko Vincic. And as they speedily remove all the banners from on the pitch, we are just about ready to get going. Spain will be in their red shirts with dark blue shorts and socks and dark blue sleeves as well on the shirts. Argentina in those famous light blue and white striped shirts, but the white shorts and the white socks today. And the referee, well, he is decked out all in black. There isn't much cover here in New York in this stadium, but it's a terrific arena. The lucky thing is there's no rain, because if there was, there's nowhere to hide apart from the concourse. You can't hide from the sunshine as 2 captains converge on the halfway line. Big Rodri with the captain's armband for Spain and little Lionel Messi. And then Bastian Danker is also on the VAR today with Akdom Mukhtar. This is from Germany, Bastian Danker. And Kamis Almari for Qatar as well is on that VAR panel, which is based inside the stadium here, but away from the prying eye. So we're just about ready to get underway. It's been a while, hasn't it, since the competition was last held here in the United States of America. On that occasion, Italy and Brazil locked horns in a South America versus Europe encounter, and it was the South Americans that came through on penalties. I wonder, will it be the same? Will it be history repeating itself, and will Argentina be crowned champions for a 2nd successive world tournament? That is the big question. Spain have only won it the once, but it is a generation that has dominated and been successful on and off for the past 20 years or so. They've come to the fore, and there is absolutely no doubt that Luis de la Fuente has a very, very good Spanish side at the disposal of himself today. Lionel Scaloni is the head coach of Argentina, of course. Once a world champion, twice, and he will be forever idolised by everyone back home in Buenos Aires and across Argentina. Well, in all my coverage of football, or soccer as they call it in the USA, I don't think I've ever seen a game away from this competition certainly kick off on time, and the kick-off has been delayed slightly by the pre-match entertainment. The American anthem was bellowed out. That was about 5 minutes later than it should have been. And we are now just about ready to get going. A quick tie of the laces from Lionel Messi. Those laces might be a very big factor in this game. It's Argentina in the white and light blue striped shirts that get this final underway. And all the talking can be put to one side. It's the feet that will do the talking in the next, well, I was going to say 90 minutes. You're going to have an extended half-time break. You could have extra time. There's every chance of penalties. We could be here for a while. Buckle in. Let's enjoy the ride. They don't come any bigger than this. Spain against Argentina. And it's back to the Spanish goalkeeper, Unai Simon. He plays it short to Kubasi. Kubasi, of course, of Barcelona. Back to Simon once more. Bilbao goalkeeper. Disappointing season last season, Bilbao. They've got new management this year and high expectations to do much, much better this time around. Olmo plays it into the gap, dropping deep to get it inside his own half. There was Mikel Oyarzabal. Pedro Porro. Oyarzabal had to come really deep to pick up that loose ball from Olmo. It was a lovely touch into no man's land, really. Oyarzabal read it very well. Here's Laporte wandering over the halfway line, coming short to receive it is Olmo again. Gave it away, but it came straight back to him. Good start this from Spain. Cucurella back inside to Ruiz of Paris Saint-Germain. Now Rodri. That was a slack pass, though, trying to make it across to Porro, and Gonzalez is sent sprawling to the ground by the Tottenham Hotspur defender, and that will be a free kick to Argentina just inside their own half. Porro got player before ball. Spain 0, Argentina 0. If you are just joining us, we've played 90 seconds of the 90. Nothing much has happened, but Spain have had pretty much the exclusive rights of the size 5 so far. It's back with Emi Martinez. Now Tagliafico of Marseille gets it wide down this near side. It's a good touch that from Tagliafico of Lyon, sorry, not of Marseille. Before the French football experts jumped down my throat on the wrong side there. He's a Lyon player, of course. Here he is on the ball now. Now it's into Lisandro Martinez. Tagliafico has to stretch slightly, brings it under control pretty much instantly. McAllister. And then Enzo Fernandez, scorer of that equalising goal against England in the World Cup semi-final. So played it all the way back to Christian Romero, another player like Enzo Fernandez that is based in London. And there's Ramirez again off of his goalkeeper Martinez. So much Premier League experience in this Argentina side. Across the halfway line on the right-hand side, Rodrigo de Paul goes back to Montiel. Now Romero. Romero into the feet of Enzo Fernandez, who's got room to turn, but it's a good press from Olmo. Put a little bit of pressure on. Rodrigo de Paul in a very central position at the moment. They've sent Gonzalo Montiel out wide on the right-hand side, and de Paul has tucked inside. This is Romero, just 5 or 6 yards outside his own penalty area, away to our right-hand side. Argentina in their light blue and white stripes, attacking the end away to our left. Tagliafico. They've had a lot of the ball in the last few minutes of Argentina after a dominant first minute or two to start off with from Spain. Spain have a throw-in. We haven't seen anything yet of Lamine Yamal. That's the first time he's touched the ball to retrieve it and ball it back to the throw-in taker in the right-back position, Pedro Porro. This is Aymeric Laporte. Laporte goes incredibly long, and with it, there was a coming together between Bayana and Montiel, and it was a foul by Montiel, who got tangled there, and a referee saw it from a distance, and he spotted it well. Montiel given a ticking off. That was every inch a capable yellow card Free kick to Spain on a halfway line. But did he not manhandled Bayana? Bayana would have been in. It's forward by Kubasi. Great turn by Olmo. Now it's out wide to Yamal. Yamal cuts inside. His cross takes a deflection. Olmo, it's a lovely touch. It's Lamau. It's a weak finish, and Martinez gets down and makes the save. But that was a really big opening net after just 4.5 minutes for Spain, and they carved an opening. Lamau come inside. It took a deflection, went to Olmo. He was quick to react. There was Lamine Yamal, but the finish from the angle was incredibly soft and straight at the Aston Villa goalkeeper. Here's Rodri. He might have a battle to get it through into the penalty area. Yamal again tries to pull it back. It hits Martinez and he twists and turns and scoops it away. But Spain are spilling blood here. But that's a little bit too high for Fabian Ruiz. And suddenly there might be a breakaway. It's a lovely touch by Alvarez. Quickly off his line is the goalkeeper. And it's retrieved by Rodri just as McAllister was sizing up a potential shot from the halfway line with the goalkeeper coming flying out of his penalty area. Suddenly this final is live and right up. 5 minutes gone. Spain 0, Argentina 0 here in the sunshine of New Jersey. Out wide to Cucurella. He will manage to find the feet of Baena. Baena. Taking his time here is Laporte. Just stepping out of the defensive shape is Laporte. Sends it out wide to Baena. Baena has got two blue and white striped shirts right in front of him, so he's gone backwards. This is Rodri. Rolls it out to the right-hand side. Lamine Yamal takes his time. Back again to Rodri. Spain 0, Argentina 0 if you're just joining us. Nearly 6 minutes gone in the final of this global competition that has taken over our lives over the last 6 weeks or so. We'll be lost without football for at least another few days. The likes of the MLS and the Brazilian leagues and the Argentine leagues will all be starting up again this week. Don't have too long to wait. The European big leagues will be back and underway in just over a month's time. Had to stretch there, did Aymeric Laporte, to make sure that Messi didn't pinch it off his toes. That's a nice piece of footwork by Ayathabal. And now Rodri again driving forward, tries to prod it out towards the far left-hand side. The header away from Montiel goes straight to Cucurella. This is Olmo. Olmo into the feet of Pedro Porro. Thought about the shot, might go for the return. He was held slightly there, and the referee says play on, but he was certainly tripped, in my opinion, by Christian Romero. And that was one that escaped the eye line of the referee from Slovenia. Well, I think that was a free kick as Porro went for the return. He was manhandled by McAllister. The referee saw no wrongdoing in it. Looking at the replay, didn't look quite as bad. Second time around, slowed down, but for me, it's still a foul. No foul given, though. You are listening to studio-based off-tube commentary from the final in the New York, New Jersey Stadium. Spain against Argentina. It's 0-0. Spain on top at the moment. Cucurella trying to close things down. McAllister inside that midfield area, and he's lost out there to Rodri. Rodri again. He's on the charge here. Ayathabal sends it wide to Lamau, and Lamau trying to challenge through the back of Nicolas Tagliafico. Tagliafico goes crashing to the ground with consummate ease and wins a free kick to Argentina with nearly 8 minutes gone. Goalless. And one big chance in the game so far has gone Lamine Yamal's way. Breaking into the penalty area. Fortuitous deflection that took it to Olmo, laid it back off to Yamal, who fed into the situation really quickly, crashing into the penalty area. And his shot with the instep of the left foot was rather weak. It hit the studs of Lisandro Martinez and was saved by Emi Martinez. Big chance. Not the easiest of chances, but a chance. Rodri to Ruiz. Ruiz's pass was rather off-piste. Pedro Porro wasn't there. It's gone out for a throw into Argentina, midway inside the Spanish half. This final is certainly not going to be won in the opening 8.5 minutes, but good start from Spain. But both sides have had good feel of the ball in the opening exchanges. This is Romero taking no chances, going all the way back to Emi Martinez. Gets onto his right foot, wide to Lisandro Martinez. Down the line, poor pass towards Tagliafico, straight out of play. Well, it's a stage set here in New York, where all the big faces, all the big names are here. President of the USA is here. Tom Cruise is here. Robbie Williams is here. USA didn't make it through to the final. Never expected to, but did come with its controversy with VAR, Mr. T, didn't it? And Argentina against Spain. Which one of them will get their hands on the trophy? That's the big question. A reminder that this match is being beamed across the world. Local, regional, national television broadcasters. That's the place to watch this final. You're listening to studio-based off-tube commentary. It's 0-0. Spain have had the better of the opening 10 minutes. Cucurella, those wavy locks. He will be heading towards Real Madrid. Here's Rodri of Manchester City. Long ball, Yamal of Barcelona. One touch and it just strays away from his body and out for a throw-in. The camera angles here in this stadium make it very difficult to see the near touch line. A lot of front row bobbing their heads in front of that line. Just about see it. Here's McAllister, but one back again quickly by Spain and by Kubasi. This is Rodri, who's certainly having a dominant effect in the middle of that midfield for Spain. This is Laporte. Looks to Cucurella. Well, both these sides perfectly capable of winning this final. There is absolutely no doubt. And you look at the form of the two teams as well. I think it's quite an interesting read. And you think of the form of Spain. They were unbeaten for over 2 years, but Argentina have got the winning mentality. Here's Rodri driving forward. Two strong teams. Ball into the penalty area. It was a kind of donkey kick away by Martinez and it flew away from goal and out for a corner. It is a blustery day in New York. Beautiful sunshine, but there is a breeze swirling around this stadium. And when you zip a ball in like Dani Olmo did there, it could have disastrous consequences if not dealt with properly. And the kind of almost on-the-ground scorpion kick, if you like, from Lisandro Martinez flew away for the game's first corner. 12 minutes on the clock. Spain have a corner on the right-hand side. Referee warning that he's got his eyes on every move of every player in that penalty area. It's a mismatch between Enzo Fernandez and Rodri. Rodri just pushes him away. It's a long delivery. Olmo was there and peeled away and brought it down, but it was good defending by Argentina and Rodrigo Laporte, but still not cleared. Here's Lamal, brings it down, does well, sends it out wide. It's a little on the short side though, as it was played out wide towards Baena, and it's gone out for a throw-in to Spain on this near side. Spain 0, Argentina 0 in the final of this competition. Porro will take. Both sides have a Tottenham Hotspur player in their starting 11. Big side that have been bringing in lots of signings in the summer just to see how they shape up next year, but they very nearly went down, didn't they? Could have been looking at two Championship players playing in this World Cup final. Things turned out a little different in North London. The Spurs got away with one there, didn't they? There's Laporte. Played back to the goalkeeper by Fabian Ruiz. He's playing as a left back at the moment. Long ball forward up towards the halfway line. One in the air and one in the air well by Martinez. And again for the second time. For someone who's 5'9", he's excellent in the air. Just wonder if that aerial disadvantage might work against him, against someone physical like Oyarzábal. Here he is, Oyarzábal. Oyarzábal again. And then Played out wide to this near side. Down goes Dani Olmo holding his ankle. Referee comes across. He's going to give a free kick here. It was McAllister that went in on Dani Olmo, who's gone down. Stretching in, it was a little hefty, the challenge from the Liverpool man. Talking about the physical presence of Mikel Oyarzabal in attack. That's something that the Spanish might want to try and exploit against the lack of height with Martinez. And Christian Romero, whilst a World Cup winner and an excellent player, does have his fragilities, doesn't he? Something that Spain will look and get at. Spain 0, Argentina 0. There's a stopping play at the moment for this injury to Dani Olmo. Let me remind you, you are listening to studio-based off-tube commentary of the final at the New York, New Jersey Stadium. It's Spain 0, Argentina 0. We're off and underway, and the ball has been pumped straight down the middle to Emi Martinez, the Aston Villa goalkeeper. Europa League winner in May. But 62% of the possession so far in Spain. Still goalless. They've had the one big chance, but Amal couldn't put any power on the shot. Martinez, wide by McAllister, inside by Tagliafico. Nice, quick first touch there by Gonzalez. And down goes Messi, who we haven't mentioned much so far. Foul on Messi. Through the back was by Alex Spain. Straight through the back of Messi. He went tumbling to the ground. Free kick. That free kick is going to be taken by Rodrigo de Paul. A very central position, just beyond the centre circle inside the Spain half. 16 minutes gone. Still awaiting the first goal in this final. It's going to be clipped into the penalty area. Enzo Fernandez is standing close by, but he's not going to take this. He's leaving it to De Paul, who chips it straight down the middle, and that will drift away and out for a goal kick. Trying to chip it into the path of the on-rushing Nico Gonzalez, but too far beyond him. Here's Ruiz for Spain, just outside his own penalty area from the goal kick, which is taken short. Kubasi. Porro spins one long, and Yamal takes it down, and now he can take on Tagliafico. Yamal getting at Tagliafico. Can he get the cross in? He can. It was low and across the face of the 6-yard box. There were two Spain players arriving in there, but it was just lacking a little bit of pace and a little bit of direction, and it was gathered on the floor by Emiliano Martinez. Here's Laporte. Back to the goalkeeper at the other end. Unai Simon. Doesn't need his hands. Distributes to the right-hand side. And that goes straight out for a throw-in. On this near side to Argentina. Argentina went behind against Egypt. They went behind 2-0 against Egypt in the knockout stages and still come back with 3 late goals. They've got 2 late goals to turn the semi-final on its head on Wednesday, and here could be a chance for Argentina in towards the penalty area. Just lost bearings a little bit there, did Gonzalez, and it's cleared away up towards Olmo, who sent tumbling. Now Yamal, and then Yamal seemed to tangle with Tagliafico, and inexplicably half of the bench right down there on this near side, the Argentina bench up on their feet, exploding into life as if Yamal had assaulted Tagliafico, and all he'd done really is run into him. And it was a ball over the top, and it hit the shoulder and the back of Nico Gonzalez, but it worked in his favour. He was away for a moment there, but then he just got caught up in possession, and Spain were able to deal with it. Fabian Ruiz gets it wide to Cucurella, now back to Laporte, and Laporte looks up, rolls it down the line towards Alex Baena. Baena and a physical tussle there with Christian Romero. Christian Romero comes out on top. There was certainly a little bit of manhandling in the shirt. And he was sent tumbling to the ground. He's a little bit fortunate there. Christian Romero, for me, there was enough in that for it to be a foul. In goes Olmo. Argentina screaming for a free kick when really there wasn't much in the challenge on Enzo Fernandez by Olmo, but the referee has given a free kick to Argentina. It's a shade too high his foot there, Olmo, but then you think about it. Enzo Fernandez's clearance on the volley saw his foot every inch as high as Olmo's. Spain 0, Argentina 0, just coming up to the 20-minute mark in this final in the New Jersey Stadium. Noisy Argentinian fans looking to see if they can retain the World Cup. They needed penalties last time against France. They got the better of European opponents in the final. Oh, they're going to get the better of Street Rise Spain. Long ball forward, Laporte easily sees off Alvarez. We haven't seen anything of Alvarez. We haven't seen anything of Messi so far. Spain bossing proceedings. But that's one back by McAllister. And then in turn, Lamau gets a foot in. Rodri clears. Lamau quickly into Olmo. Back to Lamau again. Just escaped his clutches. Good challenge by Rodrigo de Paul. De Paul leaving it now to Enzo Fernandez. Rolls it out wide. And Montiel back to Christian Romero. Montiel's clearance. Striking Baena. Now Romero into the box, but the referee's whistle has gone. Free kick has gone the way of Argentina. Spain 0, Argentina 0. The hydration break is only a couple of minutes away. Remember, the half-time show today is going to be an extended one. We're going to have some K-pop, we're going to have some Bieber, Shakira, Madonna. But we're not going to be bringing that to you. We'll just bring you the second half as and when it comes round, but expect 25 minutes of redundant airspace whilst that all takes place. Attempted through ball there from Messi. The flag has gone up against Julian Alvarez. So free kick to Spain on the edge of their own penalty area. Rolled forward nicely by Kubasi, trying to find Olmo. Olmo went to ground. The challenge was deemed a fair one. Martinez. Argentina having a better spell in the last couple of minutes. A bit more ball. Alessandro Martinez again. Olmo puts the press on. It's good press from Spain. Martinez needs to be careful. Turns and plays it down the line. Rodri quickly fires it into Alajuelo. And that was good defending by Fernandez. Alajuelo trying to turn inside that penalty area. He wasn't really quick enough in that turn. And then goalkeeper Emiliano Martinez came out, claimed it, booted it straight down the middle and straight to the other goalkeeper, Unai Simon. Rodri for Spain. Still waiting that first goal in the final. Here's Cucurella down the left-hand side. Attempts to get the cross in. It hits Rodrigo de Paul and goes behind. And Spain have themselves a second corner in this game. Good work down the left-hand side by Real Madrid bound Cucurella. Spain 0, Argentina 0. 23 minutes gone. And off the back of this corner, I suspect we might well see the hydration break forced upon us. Laporte is forward. Christian Romero, the moment he steps into the penalty area, grabs hold of him. In comes the cross. It was a very, very poor corner. Straight into the arms of Emiliano Martinez, who says thank you very much. And after sending all the big guns forward, that really was a poor delivery, not worthy of the stage that we're set upon here this evening. Alessandro Martinez rolls it to Tagliafico. The Leon man plays it inside. It's lost in transit by Enzo Fernandez. Good pressing again by Spain, but he got caught out a little bit there. Rodri comes back on Messi, and Messi's been penalised. I thought that was going to go the other way, but Rodri losing out to Messi, battling back and winning a free kick. When it comes into Messi, plays it. Well, I don't see anything wrong with that foul. On a Messi point of view, if anything, it's... Well, I don't think there's anything wrong with... There's nothing wrong with what Rodri did either. I don't know why that was given as a free kick. Anyway, the hydration break is here. And it is Spain 0, Argentina 0, 24 and a half minutes gone. So we've got the 3-minute hydration break. Very even, really. Spain probably having a little bit more of the possession as the stats have backed that up. And that one big chance early on in the opening 5 minutes, Lamine Yamal went to get the crossing, took a deflection, finding Elmo, who quickly touched it into the space that was being attacked by Yamal inside the penalty area on the right-hand side, but his shot was very, very lacklustre. And it did take a deflection off of one Martinez and was saved by the other. Alessandro and Emi between them doing the job for Argentina to keep out Spain. So that chance alone, nothing much else to tell you about. Goalless as we hit the quarter stage of this 90 minutes. Well, it's a lot of talking being done by both managers. Luis de la Fuente of Spain has got his team in a circle and he's being very explicit with certain things that he wants to get across to his players. On the flip side, Lionel Scaloni, the 48-year-old coach of Argentina, has not gone into such great details, but he's working his way around clusters of players and trying to get messages across. The sprinklers are on the pitch as well to try and just give this playing surface a zip for when we return in just a few moments' time. So Spain 0, Argentina 0. Quick reminder that this match between Spain and Argentina can, of course, be watched through your local, regional or national television broadcaster, as well as joining us here for what is off-tube commentary, studio-based for the final. Here in the studio, we're watching the New York, New Jersey Stadium action, and it's Spain 0, Argentina 0. The two sides are just about to make their way back out again after their break. So, where is this big golden trophy going? Is it going to Buenos Aires or is it going back to Madrid? Your guess is as good as mine. At the moment, you would say, if you had to call it in the style of a boxing contest, you would lean towards Spain with that one big chance and more possession. But there is very little in it. Here's Emi Martinez. Long ball forward by Alessandro Martinez. Climbing well, Kubasi gets it away. A glancing header by McAllister. The referee stops play and says McAllister got a hand to that rather than a head. He doesn't argue. Looking at the replay, he clearly did get his hand to it rather than his head. Wasn't. Goal, there's a mistake here at the back. I was going to say he wasn't. It was a pretty badly judged jump, but there was a little slip there by Kubasi that almost let in Alvarez. He's touched the ball back to his goalkeeper. He's underhit it, and he came out just in time. Dear goalkeeper Unai Simon, who's had nothing to do so far, suddenly he had to be on his toes there. That was very nearly a catastrophic mistake from Kubasi, who's been rock solid at the back so far for Spain. Here is Rodri. Brilliant play by him. Gets it out wide to Porro. Turns and plays it down the line to Lamine Yamal, who goes on the outside. He's brought down by Tagliafico. Tagliafico was heading to ground when he brought down Yamal. And that, another indication that Tagliafico is really struggling to keep tabs on that young 19-year-old wearing the 19 for Spain. Got away without a yellow, but that's one that will probably edge the referee closer to a caution for the Argentine left-back. There's Rodri again on the edge of his own penalty area, driving between Alvarez and Messi. Turning towards Kubasi. This time his distribution has got more than sufficient pace on it. Porro. As it once again back into the feet of Kubasi. Kubasi takes his time, the Barcelona man. Pau Kubasi. Another young player. You've got to remember, he's only 19. It's his 20th cap in this final. Tremendous future for a player that just gets better and better every time I see him, whether it be for Barca or for La Roja. Long ball forward by Enzo Fernandez. Drifts away to the left-hand side. No one there in a blue and white striped shirt, and so it trickles away for a throw-in to Spain. Pedro Porro to take. And as we head into the half an hour mark, it's still 0-0, but here is De Paul making a way into the penalty area. Great play by Cucurella. Heads it back to his goalkeeper, who quickly throws it back out to the long-haired former Chelsea man, now with Real Madrid, Cucurella. He's got to the halfway line. This is Rodri, who's dictating the pace of this game. Fabian Ruiz gets it out wide to Lamine Yamal. Yamal doubled up by Gonzalez and Tagliafico. Plays it into the penalty area, just too far ahead of Almo, and watched behind for a goal kick by Emi Martinez. Still Spain 0, Argentina 0, 30 seconds beyond the half an hour mark. But again, utilising Lamine Yamal on that right-hand side. Spain have been the better side, but there's not been much in it. Flick on was on the left-hand side by Nico Gonzalez, but it doesn't link up with Alvarez, and Spain's defence still with it comfortably. Cucurella back inside from Aymeric Laporte. This is Pau Kubasi. Wide to this right-hand side. Pedro Porro looks up. Lamine Yamal trying to spin past Tagliafico, who read the situation extremely well and got the challenge in. This is Romero. He's got to try and figure out a way of getting away from Oyarzabal. Oyarzabal's put some good pressing on there. And Argentina have given it away to Cucurella. Cucurella dashing forward towards the edge of the penalty area. It's Rodri. And now it's Fabian Ruiz on the left-hand side. Gets it out wide to Baena. Baena goes on the outside. Can he get the cross? And he can. It's a very poor cross, though. And Christian Romero controls it with ease with his chest and fires it away. But here is Fabian Ruiz again of Paris Saint-Germain. Had an injury-hit season last season for Paris Saint-Germain. Didn't start too much in the group stages of this competition for Spain, but he's really started to hit top gear. Oyarzábal, poor touch. Tagliafico wins it back. Now it's with Alvarez on the halfway line. Plays it square to Enzo Fernandez. Now Romero. Sandro Martinez. Tagliafico just touches it down the line, and it's picked up by McAllister, who is clawed back by Rodri, and that will be a free kick to Argentina. 32.5 minutes gone. Spain 0, Argentina 0 if you're just joining us. A reminder that this match is, of course, on local, regional, national television with broadcasters all around the world. You can, of course, tune in and watch it wherever you are. This is studio-based, off-tube commentary of the final. And it's Spain 0, Argentina 0. Well, the first goal in any game is critical. Messi is standing over the ball, but his free kick is short this time to Enzo Fernandez. Back to Messi again, dribbles past Yamal, but Yamal has come away with the second ball, and then Porro is caught on the ankle by Alvarez, goes down, bounces back up and takes the free kick all in one motion. Kubasi to Rodri. Rodri has a look up, chips it out towards this near side of the pitch. It's Olmo just over the halfway line on the right-hand side for Spain. Has a look up, picks out Rodri, who's got time and space, and he's got the vision to keep the ball. Ruiz out wide to Porro, down the line to Yamal, back again to Porro, midway inside the Argentina half with Rodri. Aymeric Laporte taking his time. Laporte back to Pau Kabasi, back again to Laporte. The old head at the back with the youngster Kabasi and Laporte. There is Laporte, loves to get forward. He's more than capable of doing so, and he gets it out wide here to Cucurella inside the penalty area. Takes a touch, gets the cross in. Good defending by Romero to stab the ball into touch on the far side, but the flag was up against Marc Cucurella. And as he went darting down the line, it was just too quick, his run. He tried to check back, in fairness. But it was an outlet that nearly proved the undoing of Argentina. Spain 0, Argentina 0, with 10 minutes to go to half-time. Of course, we'll have the 3 minutes hydration break. Not too many stoppages beyond that. Not so far, anyway. Well, Argentina, at this moment in time, don't know their next match. They will have matches in the September, in the fall, international friendlies, yet to be decided. Spain, their next match after today will be at Wembley, September the 26th, the opening game in the Nations League. 3 days later, they head back home to take on Croatia in Sevilla. Rodri wins the loose ball, sees off Alvarez, turns it down the line, straight out for a throw-in, but he wins a free kick, and he was manhandled there by Alvarez. He is such a tower of strength in that midfield, Rodri, and he's been at his brilliant best today, controlling that midfield. Free kick has gone back to goalkeeper Unai Simon. Wide to Porro. Porro has a look up. Long ball over the top towards Olmo, taken down on the chest by Romero. Now Tagliafico comes inside. Enzo Fernandez, he very nearly give the ball away, and Olmo does snap up on the loose ball, gets past McAllister, still Olmo, gets it wide to Cucurella, nice touch, and off he goes, Cucurella down the left-hand side. Good recovery from the Argentina full-back Gonzalo Montiel, but I tell you what there, Enzo Fernandez was caught out big style in possession in the midfield, and that was very un-Argentina-like. They did recover, and recover well. Now it's with Porro midway inside the Argentina half on the right-hand side to Lamau, brings it down, takes on a couple of Argentina players. He's been manhandled there by Tagliafico, who's struggling to keep tabs with him, to be honest. Now into the feet of Alathabal. Olmo, 25 yards from goal, central position, slightly left of centre. Cucurella gets the cross in, hits the heels of Romero, back to Cucurella again. Can he get the cross in? Sends it back to the corner edge of the penalty area. Olmo chips it in, and very nearly finding Rodri's run from the back, and it's cleared away by Argentina. But they are asking questions here, Spain. They want a free kick as well. That was a foul. Big shout of a penalty as well when it hit the arm of Alvarez, but I don't think that's one that's going to be given, not on this stage. Aymeric Laporte to Cucurella. Spain on the left-hand side. Baena taking on Montiel, coming inside. Still Baena, almost slipping it through a crowd to Olmo. It's only partially cleared by Argentina. Martinez lifts it away in a hurry, but only as far as Porro. Pedro Porro, inside to Kabasi, back again to Porro. Kabasi once more. Touch by Ruiz. And now a chance to venture forward for Aymeric Laporte. Rodri. Nicely done from Spain. A little one round the corner towards Olmo, and it's a driving shot from the edge of the penalty area for Mikel Oyarzabal, and down to make the save was Emiliano Martinez. Great play this from Spain, working their way into an attacking position. He's got the shot in from the edge of the penalty area. He would have liked to have got it a little bit closer to the corner. It was a bit too close from Oyarzábal to goalkeeper Martinez. He would have been mighty relieved to see that one heading towards his midriff rather than the corner. It was an easy save. The second biggest chance of the game so far. Both of those chances on that right-hand side have come kind of almost from Spanish perspective, both a little bit too tame. Need to be better than that. There's a long ball forward, and Argentina again being put under pressure. So Baena is beaten to it by Montiel. Tagliafico. Montiel on the right-hand side receives the pass from Enzo Fernandez, just over the halfway line. Messi comes deep, gathers up the baton, sends it wide to Montiel again. Argentina, just over 5 minutes to go in this first half. Have been second best, but there's not been an incredible gulf between these two. Just Spain have had the two chances, but here's Messi. Haven't seen anything from Argentina yet. That might change. Alvarez gets it wide here to Rodrigo de Paul. Can he get the cross in? No, he can't. He pings it backwards. Rodri wins the loose ball. Tries to get away here. Mikel Oyarzábal falls on the ball, and the first yellow card of the final comes out, and it's shown to Lisandro Martinez for the foul on Mikel Oyarzábal. Oyarzábal brought down the Sociedad striker. He was hauled back and then tripped by Martinez while he tried the shirt pull with the right hand, then with the left hand, then he went in and tripped him up. He wasn't going to let him go. He picks up the game's first yellow card, Lisandro Martinez of Manchester United. First yellow of the game then. Spain, Argentina, 0-0. 4+ injury time remaining in the first half. Laporte into Ruiz. Bit of time on the centre spot. Ghosts it wide to Rodri, who spins away from the presence of Montiel, who's been dragged out of his right back position momentarily. Argentina clear their lines. Here's Rodri again, just inside the Argentina half over on the left hand side. Checks it back to the halfway line. It's Laporte again, slowing things down, sending it wide to Cucurella. He's got acres of space on the left hand side. Rodri comes to support him, playing it back inside again. This time to Kubasi. Long ball into the edge of the penalty area. It's a lovely ball as well to Oyarzábal. Got it wide. Porro hangs it in. There's no one at the far post. Martinez goes tearing off his line out towards the right-hand edge of his own penalty area and gathers a loose ball. But had anyone been attacking the far post there for Spain, there would have been immense problems for La Albi Celeste. Great ball in from Porro, but just no one there. Both players in that box making their runs towards the near. Here's McAllister, gives it straight to Yamal. Yamal looks up, trying to play it down to Olmo, not quite, but Ruiz picks up the loose ball. It's Rodri that plays it inside to Cucurella. Cucurella backwards to Kubasi. Now Porro. No question that Spain have been much the better of the side so far. Ruiz to Cucurella. Cucurella shaping up for a shot, and it whistled past the left hand of Martinez, who felt as if it was going wide. Well, it was a quick call from the Aston Villa goalkeeper, and it was the right call as well. He felt it was covered, and it was a yard wide from Cucurella. A low grass cutter, always pulling away from goal, but it wasn't far away. And there's an injury at the moment to Lisandro Martinez inside his own penalty area away to our right-hand side. And there's a indication from Emi Martinez that he might need to come off. The way they spin the two hands together. Well, that's what Martinez has just signalled to the bench. Something clearly not right. And there is going to be, by the look of things, a change. And it looks like Otamendi is going to come on in this final. So, Lisandro Martinez, who's just picked up a yellow card, is going to be taken off and replaced. Well, it's a sad moment for Alessandro Martinez. Something clearly has gone there. And Otamendi, who's a central defender, like-for-like change will come on. Otamendi, who plays his football in Portugal for Marco Silva's Benfica. Alessandro Martinez wanders off down the touchline. Not an emotional man, is he, Alessandro Martinez? He looks a bit disappointed, a bit frustrated, but one thing he's not is bawling his eyes out, having limped off in this final with just 30 seconds of the first half remaining. Alafaba has done well to get it out wide to Yamal. Yamal can't make a convincing touch, and Nico Gonzalez trying to knock and go against Porro. Porro wasn't buying into that and made the block. Well, in just a few moments' time, we'll find out exactly how many minutes are added on to the end of the first half. Remember, there will be an extended half-time break. We usually say we'll be back in 15 minutes, but it will probably be nearer 20-25 minutes for the second half. So please bear with us. We will return before the ball returns to the centre spot for the second half. Long ball over the top, and it's Alvarez that's away, and quickly out of his area was goalkeeper Simon, who knocks it into the air. Their only sight of goal so far, Argentina, has been that long outlet ball, and on both occasions Simon has been quickly off his line to deal with it. Header away, first touch by Otamendi. This is Nico Gonzalez down the left-hand side for Argentina. Doubling up on him is Porro and Olmo. Porro takes the ball off of him. Rodri inside to Kubasi, across to the left. Cucurella onto his left foot. Rolls it down the line. Not a particularly good ball. He was trying to aim at Baena, but it's gone out of play for a throw into Argentina. 4 minutes of added time, by the way, of which we've played nearly a minute of those already. So 3 more minutes of added time to play in this first half. Spain 0, Argentina 0. It's Argentina coming through from the right-hand side. Rodrigo de Paul to Montiel. Back again to de Paul. Gets the challenge in, but it rolls through everyone and straight through to goalkeeper Unai Simon, who scoops it up. And, Spain has certainly been the dominant force in this final so far. But it's still 0-0. And still all to play for. A reminder that this match is, of course, on television. Broadcasters all around the world, local, regional and national, will be showing the match. So make sure you tune in and watch this game in its full glory. You are listening to studio-based off-tube commentary from the final in the New York, New Jersey Stadium, where it's Spain 0, Argentina 0. Spain have certainly been the better side. Nothing massive in the way of chances. Three decent ones. Probably the best was the early one for Yamal, just didn't get any power on it. There's Rodri. Finding Ruiz. Wide to Cucurella. Back to Ruiz again. Inside it comes to Oyarzábal. Now it's Oyarzábal again trying to swivel. And there's Messi back there in the central midfield position trying to win the ball back. And succeeding in winning the free kick. Fouled by Oyarzábal. He took a little swing, did Oyarzábal, and got Messi's knee. So free kick to Argentina. And we've got a little over a minute of stoppage time to go. The glance from Messi, Oyarzábal, didn't need to move his lips there, Messi. The glance was to say, do you know who I am? Do you know who you're kicking? And Oyarzábal made the signal, I was going for the ball. He was going for the ball, he didn't get anywhere near it. Messi's knee was the recipient. There wasn't too much power in the kick, I'm pleased to say, and Messi just walked away from it all. We're into the final minute of the 4 added on at the end of the first half. Spain 0, Argentina 0. Spain, without question, have been the better side up until now. Conceded just 1 goal in their 7 matches in this tournament. Argentina have won every single one of their 11 matches in 2026, scoring at least twice in every single one of those 11 victories. It's not to be sniffed at. I can't see them scoring 2 goals in this game, but it's not impossible. Spain have been the better side. The first goal will matter enormously. It might well be one of those finals that is decided by one goal. Kubasi to Porro. Has a look up, plays it long. Hits the thigh of Romero. Just drags it inside to the feet of Otamendi. Back to the Argentine goalkeeper Emi Martinez. Goes long with his clearance, and there goes the half-time whistle. We haven't seen much of Messi. We haven't seen much of Julian Alvarez. We've seen plenty of Spain with the ball. They've had 3 half-decent sights of goal, but they've not really extended Emi Martinez in the Argentine goal. There's no question that the Europeans are getting the better of the South Americans in this final so far, but the half-time score, it's all equal. It's Spain 0, Argentina 0. There is, of course, an extended half-time, so it won't be 15 minutes when we're back. It'll be nearer 20-25 minutes. As soon as the teams start appearing from the tunnel, we will return for the second half. But for now, we'll leave you to go and regroup and refresh, and we'll catch you in, well, about 20-25 minutes time for the second half. Spain 0, Argentina 0 at half-time. Well, welcome back to our studio-based off-tube commentary from the final in the New Jersey Stadium. Spain 0, Argentina 0 at half-time. And it does look as if Leandro Paredes is about to come on for Argentina. So they were forced into a change before half-time. Nicolas Otamendi coming on for the injured Lisandro Martinez, who is incidentally the only yellow card statistic from the first half. And they're making another change right now. This appears to be more tactical. A holding midfielder, experienced Roma, former Boca Juniors, Paris Saint-Germain and Juventus player, and it's Nico Gonzalez that has gone off. So Nico Gonzalez making way for Leandro Paredes. So the second half is just about to get underway. If you are just joining us, Spain very much the better side in the first half, more of the ball. The only chances that were created, and there weren't too many in the first half, were by Spain. 3 palatable chances, the very best of them coming inside the opening 5 minutes. It was a tame effort from the angle from Lamine Yamal, which took a deflection. But Emiliano Martinez made the save. We're off and underway for the second half. It's the light blue and white stripes of Argentina that are defending the goal away to our left-hand side. It's the red and dark blue of Spain, and they've been gifted the ball just outside the penalty area. Couldn't quite get that in Lathibal, and there might be a chance here on the turn inside. He hits it first time as it comes inside Baena, and it was a comfortable save again for Martinez, but it was a terrible pass from Tagliafico across the back line, and Lathibal couldn't get there. He cuts inside Baena, hits it low, just needs to get it a little bit further away from the goalkeeper. 4 chances now for Spain in this game, and every single one too close to the goalkeeper. Needs to be more precise and away from the goalkeeper's body. He's made 4 very, very comfortable saves where he could have really been tested. There's a ball out towards Nepal on the right-hand side. It's still Spain 0, Argentina 0. Messi. Paredes and for Gonzalez at half-time. Would give them, I would imagine, a very narrow midfield. The Argentines, it does look as if Paredes has gone to the left-hand side. Certainly shore things up against Lamau. Now here's a chance to get forward down the right-hand side. And it's Gonzalo Montiel trying to get there. Laporte goes across with him. It's a good win by Laporte, and then he wins a free kick as Montiel landed on top of him. So, well, a free kick has gone to Argentina, which I'm very surprised at. It looked like he got the ball to me. He wags his finger in the air and gestures to the referee with a shake of the head, and I have to admit, I'm on Otamendi's side there. Not Otamendi, sorry, Laporte's side. In comes the Messi corner. It's stopped at source at the near post by Rodri. It hits an Argentine player and goes behind for a goal kick. And I don't know what has made Lionel Scaloni unhappy on the near touchline. He's certainly bringing up something with the 4th official. The goal kick has been taken by Spain, who are defending the goal away to our right-hand side in those red shirts and dark blue shorts and socks. It's all white for Argentina with the light blue stripes on the shirt, the famous white and light blue striped shirts. Quickly run through the 2 sides for you. Remember, 2 changes so far for Argentina. They've lost Lisandro Martinez, so they've got Emi Martinez in goal. Montiel, Romero, Otamendi on as the sub, and Tagliafico at the back. Then Paredes on at half-time. McAllister, Fernandez and Laporte in midfield, Messi and Alvarez up top. Spain, as you were from the start. Simon in goal, Porro, Kabasi, Laporte and Cucurella at the back. Ruiz, Rodri and Olmo in the middle of midfield. Yamal down the right, Bayana down the left. Labao is the lone striker. Slavko Vincic is the Slovenian referee. And it does very much look as if Argentina are preparing another 2 changes. Facundo Medina and now Molina are both stripped off, ready to come on. Certainly ready to make changes, and early on here, Argentina. Emi Martinez gets it out to Romero. Romero down the line to Laporte. Laporte is pushed back by Baena. It's going to be a free kick. Laporte brought down, so a free kick to Argentina. Argentina have much more the ball of this second half, 4.5 minutes in. Spain's last loss was March 2024, a friendly away to South American opponents Colombia. Since then they've gone on this 37 match unbeaten run. Remember, Argentina are on a 14 match unbeaten run. Something somewhere has to give here today. There's Laporte, gets it wide to Tagliafico down the left hand side, almost level with the edge of the penalty area. It's been manoeuvred back to Otamendi, comes inside, plays it back to the halfway line, and Romero down the line from Montiel. Now, did it go out of play for Laporte? Referee gives the free kick for a foul. And it's a foul on Gonzalo Montiel, who was caught late by Alex Baena. Spain 0, Argentina 0, 5.5 minutes into the second half. Good start to the second half this by Argentina. Although Spain did have a shot from Baena in the opening minute or so of the half. Bringing the ball out from the back is Aymeric Laporte, very comfortable with the ball at his feet. Turned out wide by Kabasi to Porro, but there was a foul off the ball in the centre circle, which has left Rodri on the floor, and then suddenly it's all kicking off in the middle of the park, and Argentina players, and then there's a bit of pushing, and a yellow card has been shown there for Julian Alvarez, I think it is, for a bit of... I don't know if that was Alvarez, in fact. I think that might have been Paredes. Can't quite see the number on the back of his shirt, but he's gone charging in and pushed the player. There's a barge on Rodri. Yeah, it was naughty from Paredes. Uncalled for, and he gets a yellow card. He was in the thick of it, and then he decided to go back for a little bit of afters, and now he's having a little go at Olmo. He's got to now be careful. He's only just come onto the pitch, and he becomes the first yellow card of this second half. The only first half yellow card, by the way, Lisandro Martinez, who then went off injured. Here come Spain. Forward with Laporte, always keen to pour forward and make up the numbers. Rodri's ball out to the right-hand side. It's Porro. All the way back to Pau Kabasi, the teenager. One of 2 teenagers in this starting lineup for Spain. Header away. Laporte takes it down. Cucurella will follow him every inch of the way. He has to go all the way back to his goalkeeper. It makes it back to Emi Martinez, who clears. It's not a great clearance. Here's Olmo, but Olmo plays it straight against Christian Romero. It's McAllister. Taken over by Tagliafico, rolls it down the line and out of play for a throw-in to Argentina. It came off of Porro. Spain 0, Argentina 0, 53 minutes gone. So we're 8 minutes into this second half, and we're still chasing down the opening goal in this final. Spain beating France, Argentina beating England. France and England serving up a third-place bronze match last night that produced a healthy turnaround of 10 goals. It's beginning more and more to look like one might just be enough in this final. There was a flashpoint when Rodri got barged from behind by Paredes. And it was an unnecessary shunt. does it knock Spain off their stride? They've got to keep their discipline, Spain. That's a little nudge in the back on Montiel. He was kind of inviting it, and he got it as well from Baena. So a free kick to Argentina. It's a bit stop-start at the moment, which will suit Argentina. Nice turn by Alvarez, who'll go chasing after it. It's gone all the way through to the goalkeeper Simon. Just rolls it carefully out to Aymeric Laporte. Laporte to Rodri in the midfield. Back to Laporte again, and then back to goalkeeper Simon. You can turn it to the right-hand side, and Kourbassi finding Porro in the right-back position. Quickly lifts it into the centre circle. It's taken nicely by Ruiz. This is fluent, and Otherbal is going forward, and Ruiz has made the run. Here is Ruiz in the penalty area, tries to get it back to Otherbal. That's a really good challenge coming in from Enzo Fernandez. But that was fluent from Spain as they cranked through the gears and opened up Argentina there. Now this is Rodri in a central position, 15 yards inside the Argentina half. Out wide to Porro. Has to jump in the air to bring it down. Lamau, I haven't seen much of him since half-time. Plays it inside and straight into the feet of Enzo Fernandez, who could find Laporte. Laporte's first touch was not a particularly good one. And shouts of a handball there from Baena. I thought maybe Baena may have got penalised for a free kick there for high feet as he won the ball back. But Argentina didn't cover themselves in glory with the way in which they defended that. They gave away the ball rather cheaply. It was a really incisive move into the midfield, and Ruiz was an integral part of it. Great pass from Olmo to find the feet of Oyarzabal, and Oyarzabal went for the return and just got under hit by Fabian Ruiz, which was a shame because that would have been quite some goal had he put a little bit more pace on it. Now here's Olmo into the penalty area on the right hand side. Can he get the cross in? He pulls it back. Cucurella can't quite get there in time. It's turned behind for a corner, and it was Montiel that put it behind. Argentina wants a free kick. They felt that maybe Cucurella barged into Montiel there, but Montiel driving in and putting it behind for a corner. That was dangerous. He had to get there first, Montiel, and he was staggering and stuttering slightly, but he made sure that the outside of that right foot got there first before Cucurella. So a corner to Spain, their third corner of this match. Spain 0, Argentina 0. 56.5 minutes on the clock. The last World Cup finals in this country didn't produce any goals and went all the way to penalties between Brazil and Italy. It's played short, it's lifted into the box. Oyarzabal tries to get there, but it bounces beyond him and beyond Ruiz from the cross from Porro and goes behind for a goal kick, and the short corner never really worked there. And now we are going to see Nahuel Molina coming on. A third change already for Argentina, less than an hour gone. And they are ringing those changes. And they are going to bring off Gonzalo Montiel. So Montiel will come off, and a straight swap for Nahuel Molina at right back. Only two subs remaining. Nahuel Molina on. Goal kick to Argentina. It's with Emi Martinez. Slots it up to the halfway line. The flick was from Alvarez, but goes straight out for a throw-in. But Spain that have the ball with their captain Rodri in the back line at the moment. Is it square to Laporte? Cucurella has to readjust his body, plays it neatly inside to Fabian Ruiz. Oh well. Molina on. Straight swap at right back. Three changes now for Argentina. So as you were from a Spanish point of view. Spain have given the ball away in the midfield, but they've won it back with Lamine Yamal. Kourbassi, two teenagers combining there. Here's Kourbassi again, takes it back off of Aymeric Laporte. Forward goes Porro over the halfway line. Checks back inside. Olmo. Olmo turns and he can drive forward. Has a look. Square of him is Lamine Yamal. Now it's Fabian Ruiz. Just get the feeling that this is a final that might well be decided by one goal and one goal alone. Olmo. It's Porro. Porro's done well, but then just slips at a vital moment. And they're going to give a free kick here. The referee's given a free kick. It's a foul by Paredes, who pleads his innocence, but just knocked Porro off his stride with a nudge and a grab of the shoulder, a grapple that was enough. And in sight of the referee, who says that's a free kick. Porro went down. Free kick to Spain. It's 5 yards outside the penalty area. It is out towards the corner edge of the penalty area, which perhaps takes it away from being a shooting opportunity. It's going to be Lamine Yamal who puts the ball down. Even if it's... Well, the referee's spray can hasn't come out until just now, and I think it might have been blocked because he's had to spray it into thin air. It looks like there's a lot of snow been sprayed into the warm New York air. Yamal is having a good look. So too Mikel Oyarzabal. Also standing over it, Alex Baena. Emi Martinez is lining his wall up cautiously. It's a free kick. And you just get the feeling this might be Alex Baena. Is it going to be a shot? He runs over it, so it's going to be Lamine Yamal. Yamal will go for goal, straight into the wall. Baena, can he get the cross in? He can't. It's scooped away by Romero. And that will go out of play on the far side. It's going to be a throw to Argentina as opposed to Spain. Good work by Alvarez back there defending. And here come a couple of changes for Spain. The first one, Ferran Torres. The other one, Pedri, will come into the midfield. Oyarzabal will go off. On will come. Off comes Ruiz as well. So Pedri is on, and Ferran Torres on as well. So a couple of changes there for Spain to freshen things up from their head coach Luis de la Fonte. Ruiz is Fabian Ruiz, very good player in the midfield. But when you're bringing on someone with the experience of Pedri, I suppose it's a like for like. There's a free kick being given over on the far side by the assistant referee, and it's gone to Spain. It was a foul on the back by Nicolas Otamendi. So Spain 0, Argentina 0. This one out wide. Porro finding Yamal. Yamal trying to glide inside. He's being looked after by Tagliafico. Down goes Yamal. No foul this time given, and instead it's a goal kick to Argentina, and I think it was the right decision. Goes on the outside. Went down a little easily. There probably was contact from Tagliafico, but Tagliafico was very quick to respond to the assistant referee, who just gave a goal kick and got a round of applause from the fullback for Argentina. So a goal kick that's going to be taken by Emi Martinez. Drives it right-footed up over the halfway line. Long ball forward, headed away by Laporte. And picked up in the midfield by Baena. Not a particularly good ball, but it'll fall here to Porro. Porro just drags it inside. It's 5 attempts at goal from Spain, 3 on target. Nothing yet at all from Argentina and Messi. But there's still a long way to go. The business end of the Cup final. Remember, Argentina often blast in with a few late goals, don't they? Here comes Spain on the near side of the pitch with Baena to Cucurella. Baena sent sprawling to ground. Referee plays a good advantage. It's a driving run in towards the edge of the penalty area. It's Olmo. He hits it. It's spilt by Martinez and behind for a corner. Well, there's a good advantage played there by the referee, and it was hit again from distance, again straight at the goalkeeper from Dani Olmo, but it was uncomfortable goalkeeper. It bounced up in front of Martinez, who was behind it and spilt it behind for a corner. He did his job. Can't really give him any more compliments than that. He kept it out. That was all that mattered. It goes down as a save statistically. In the cold light of day, it was uncomfortable goalkeeping. And the referee's got some sorting out to do inside that penalty area. Lamine Yamal to take the free kick over on the corner kick rather, over on the far side. He's now got the go ahead. Spins it in towards the near post, away by McAllister. Only as far as Porro. Porro sends it back out wide again. Stops it first time to Lamau. Sends the ball in. It drifts off of the head of Otamendi. Was it Otamendi? It was actually Paredes. And behind for a corner. Important header that from Paredes, because in behind him was the teenager Kabasi, who could have got a touch. Important header by Paredes. Corner delivered into the penalty area. Martinez was uncomfortable again. Olmo trying to get the all-important touch, and Argentina are able to clear their lines through Christian Romero, but it's going to come straight back again. But Cucurella turns back to his goalkeeper, and Unai Simon can just bide his time. Spain 0, Argentina 0. We played 65 minutes. It's a game without a goal. It's a game that Spain have had much the better of. 6 shots, 4 on target, but every time they put Martinez to the test, it's straight at him. But that was uncomfortable goalkeeping there on more than one occasion in the last 2 minutes from Martinez. One back in the midfield by Spain and Pedri. Now Cucurella looking to expose Argentina down the right-hand side. The cross is nipped in and put behind by Tagliafico for a corner. Wasn't sure what was behind him. Didn't get a shout after the cross came in from Baena. And, well, he could have left it, really. There was no one behind him. It was the wrong decision, but he's put it behind, and it's a free kick. Sorry, not a free kick, a corner kick to Spain. It's going to be delayed. Not this time for hustling and jostling in the penalty area, because there are 2 balls on the pitch. Lamine Yamal wanders in, kicks the other one off the pitch, goes back again, delivers in towards the near post. There's a Spanish player gone down by the near post. He's gone back again to Lamau. Yamal, can he get the cross in? He can get the cross in. A header towards goal, and again it's straight at the goalkeeper. This time the header from Ferran Torres straight into the arms of Emiliano Martinez. Well, 5 now on target, and every single one of them has been right at the goalkeeper. If they can get one on the money and keep it away from Martinez, they might hit the jackpot here, Spain. They've certainly been the better side. And with that, the referee has called for the rehydration break. So the story of the game so far is that Spain are the better side. 5 shots on target, but they've all been straight at Martinez. At the other end, Unai Simon hasn't been tested at all. He's had to burst out his penalty area a couple of times in the first half to keep things at bay, but not a single shot from Argentina in any way, shape or form, off target, on target or otherwise. It's been disappointing in front of goal for Argentina so far, but we all know that they come on strong late on. You wouldn't know Messi was out there at the moment, but you just can't help but feel that he might well have a part to play in this cup final. Well, the hydration break has been called by the referee belatedly, and up to his feet the injured Christian Romero will make his way across to go and take his fluids on board. Argentina have won their last 14 matches. Their last loss September last year, a 1-0 defeat in a qualifier for this tournament away in Ecuador. It didn't really matter, they were pretty much already qualified. So 14 matches unbeaten Argentina. Spain, well, they're nearly 2.5 years unbeaten. 37 matches unbeaten. These two sides, statistically, the best 2 in the competition. England and France have made up the semi-finals of the competition, and that was the top 4 ranked sides, as you were. The authorities got that ranking absolutely spot on, didn't they? Everyone thought it would be Spain, it would be France, but Spain put them to the sword, didn't they? And they did it with style. And suddenly, from being also round Spain were being taken very, very seriously indeed. It is Spain 0, Argentina 0. The clock continues to tick. So we're on 69 minutes. Of course, there is a 3-minute hydration break, which will be bolted on to the end of the 90 minutes in stoppage time, so a minimum of 3 minutes stoppage time. And it does look as if we're going to see Facundo Medina, a central defender, coming on for Argentina, and Simeone as well. So this will be the last of their changes. Simeone to come on and Medina to come on. Central defender and a winger. Well, Romero is coming off, and so too De Paul, rather. So Romero, pretty solid actually today. Impressed with him. Will he be a Tottenham player when summer's over? That's the big question. They've been signing central defenders, you suspect not, but we're going to get back underway with a free kick or a goal kick. Well, one of the Argentinian players has got the ball in the right back position for a free kick, and the goalkeeper Emi Martinez has got the ball inside his own penalty area. There's a bit of confusion as to what the restart will be. It'll be a drop ball by the Slovenian referee. 80,663 is the official attendance, has just been announced. Sunshine still brightly burning in New York. Who will take that big golden trophy home? And will it be done in the 90 minutes? As the seconds gradually tick us by, it's beginning to look like we might need that extra 30 minutes and maybe even the penalty kicks. That was the last time a final was played in this country. It needed penalties after a 0-0 draw. I wonder if history's about to repeat itself. From memory, and it was a long, long time ago, that Italy against Brazil game. This game has been a little better. Although Argentina have been very disappointing. Messi, who's been on the periphery throughout, is back with Martinez, the goalkeeper, who can clip it out wide to the left-hand side. Tagliafico brings it down, rolls it backwards. It's Otamendi. So it does look as if Medina's gone straight into the back line with Otamendi. Straight swap. Here's the right back for the Argentines. Number 26, Nahuel Molina. Molina again. Takes it back off of Simeone. Now McAllister has a look up, plays a delightful looking ball out wide to the left hand side, and Tagliafico, Spain hurriedly trying to get back with numbers. Back again to McAllister. That could have been much more dangerous had Tagliafico got a little bit more pace about him. But Tagliafico, 33 years of age, pace has never been something that's blessed him throughout his career. Now at 33 he's a bit slower. Here's Messi, gets it out wide. First time we've really seen him on the ball inside the Spanish half, but Cucurella has cleared the ball after a poor first touch from Simeone on this right hand side. Now it's Baena. Plays it back inside to Rodri. Slows things down. Short pass to Pedri. Pedri bends it out to the right hand side where he finds Pedro Porro of Tottenham Hotspur. Now it's with Dani Olmo. Olmo looks up, gets it wide to Yamal. Yamal tries to turn away from Tagliafico, runs straight into Tagliafico, holds his hands out, wanting a free kick, but he's not going to get anything there. Now here is Alvarez for Argentina. 3 Spanish red shirts all around him, and eventually the inevitable happened and he gave the ball away. Spain have it back again with Kubasi. This is Rodri. There is a shade of stand on this near side, starting to cast over the near side of the pitch, but it's still very, very exposed to the sunlight out there at the pitch level. There is a breeze to give the players some relief. Here's Kabasi, gets it out wide. Good ball to Yamal. Yamal beats one. Gets the ball in towards the penalty area, but it was a misunderstanding, really, between him and Ferran Torres, and it whistles away for a goal kick to Argentina. And it remains Spain 0, Argentina 0. We've played 74 minutes, 16 minutes of this game remaining. And as every minute passes us, so the prospect of extra time and penalties draws ever closer. Spain have still got 3 substitutions in their locker before the 90-minute mark. This is uncomfortable clearance, shall we say, from Martinez. His first touch wasn't great. First challenge from Medina, second challenge from Medina, won them both. Spain are down to make that change. It looks like Nico Williams is going to come on, and Marino as well. We talk about late goals, don't we? And Marino scored late goals in 2 of the knockout rounds, remember. So Olmo and Baena are going to come off. So Olmo and Baena will make way. And on comes Marino and Nico Williams. Nico Williams of Bilbao. Marino, of course, of Arsenal. Hooked away over the shoulder by Paredes. Argentina holding the lines well. They've kind of brought Paredes into that kind of central defensive position almost at the back. Gone to 5 at the back. They've changed their stand. Spain on the ball at the moment. They are the team in the ascendancy, but haven't found a way through yet, despite their dominance, Spain. Here's Rodri. What can he make happen? There's a look up and finds Williams. First touch for Williams on the left-hand side. Cuts inside. A little bit of urgency from Spain now. Pedri. Cucurella. Pedri again. Bursts inside towards the penalty area. Nice, neat touch from Ferran Torres. It's Rodri again. It's a good touch and a shot coming in, and again it's straight at the goalkeeper. Everything they hit towards goal. This time it's from Pedri. Everything they hit towards goal is on target, and there's been 6 of them. It's been straight at Martinez. He hasn't had a proper good save to make. But here comes Spain again. Porro gets it outright to Yamal. Back inside again. Yamal. What can he conjure up? He goes on the outside. It's great play, and it's cleared away in the nick of time by Medina. Lovely little piece of trickery from the teenager for Spain. They're looking to try and win it in the 90. Here's a shot from Kabasi. It's saved by the goalkeeper. And then it's turned back into the penalty area. And it comes to Williams. It's another save from the Argentine goalkeeper. Again, he doesn't look too comfortable. It was turned back across by Ferran Torres to the far post, and it was beyond everyone. Nico Williams had to recycle it. But it was a shot from, of all people, Pau Kabasi. And it was, again, I have to say, I have to use the word, and I've used it a few times, paired up to Martinez in this game. It was uncomfortable. Good hit that from the teenager. Now it's Williams to take this corner from the left-hand side, the Bilbao winger. What can he conjure up? Whips it in towards that near post. It's headed away, and the referee will want that, I think, taken again. What's he given? I think he's not happy with the pushing inside the penalty area from Facundo Medina, and so that that corner will be taken again. Lots of to-in and throwing. In comes the corner. It's a much deeper one this time. Kabasi went up, and it was just too high for him. Flew over the heads of everyone and out for a throw-in on the far side. So a throw-in to Argentina. Chucked in towards that penalty area. Just doesn't quite get enough. He should be doing better there, really, Kabasi, because he's free. He's not got a man on him, and he's failed to make connection with the header. If he makes a connection, could have been 1-0. Another chance Spain have fouled to take. Nice touch from Moreno. Spain from Moreno. Well, late goals have been such an important subplot for Spain and Argentina in this competition. And with 11 minutes to go, you can not rule out a late goal. We haven't seen anything of Messi. Alvarez has looked the main threat going forward. Messi has been obsolete mainly. Spain have succeeded so far in keeping him quiet, but keeping him quiet for the duration is what matters. You only need to give him a chink of light and he will punish you. Here's Yamal. Nicely done. Porro changes his direction, gives it to Yamal just inside his own half here. Yamal on the right hand side. Porro again. Yamal goes backwards this time. Fellow teenager Pau Kubasi. Kubasi, Barcelona teammate as well, of course, to Yamal. Pedri. That's nice. And Pedri received it from Rodri. Pedri gets it wide across from Porro. Takes a deflection. It's gone behind. It's a corner. It came off of Tagliafico. Well, they've gone to 5 at the back of Argentina. They're prepared to take this one the distance. They won't mind. They won't care in the slightest. They know what is required to win and win a final like this. The golden trophy was theirs 3.5 years ago in Qatar. They're looking for it again here. But this is Pedri. Plays it forward to Williams. Can he get the cross in? It's hung up. It's too high. And then the header comes in. And it's Aymeric Laporte this time. Again, it's within reach of Emi Martinez, who must be feeling it's his lucky day because everything that's been fired at him today, and there's been plenty of it, has been straight at him. And there's an incident now. Long ball forward. And Giuliano Simeone has clearly left something on Cucurella. That's a barge in the back from Simeone. I could say like father, like son, I think, with that one. It's Martinez with the save, and he was flying through the air. It was rather spectacular, but it wasn't a difficult save to make at all. And that's been the story of the game. Lots of chances, lots on target from Spain, but they haven't really extended Martinez. They need to improve on that finish. And here is Rodri driving forward to the halfway line, carefully wide to Porro. Being watched by McAllister. Kubasi. Nicely done by Pedri. Laporte to Cucurella. Now wide to Williams. Williams with a little step over. Can he produce the magic? Back to Cucurella. Now it's with Aymeric Laporte again, former Manchester City player, of course. Aymeric Laporte. There's McAllister of Liverpool. Plays it forward. Referee's not interested in the shout from Enzo Fernandez for a free kick, and Enzo Fernandez gets a yellow card for his reaction, and then he applauds the referee, which is a silly thing to do because he's picked up a yellow card. If he applauds like that and he gets spotted, he could easily get another yellow card and be sent off. And he was making the run forward, and he kind of runs straight into Aymeric Laporte. He wanted a free kick, he didn't get it, and he just stated to the referee who yellow carded him, and he could have got another one after that because he's carried on. He was lucky he wasn't spotted. Well, it's with Emi Martinez at the moment, who has most certainly been the busier of the two goalkeepers. Spain 0, Argentina 0. Just a shade over 7 minutes to go. Of course, we've got 3 minutes for the hydration break, so we are at least 10 minutes from the end of this game. Late drama? Who knows? Extra time? Who knows? Penalties? Don't rule it out. Long clearance away by Medina. Now here is a chance maybe for Spain. It's Rodri, just taps it out wide. Clever play. Yamal. Back to Porro. This is Kubasi. Spain are huffing and puffing and looking for that winner. Laporte to Cucurella. And then out wide to Williams, and Williams is stopped in his tracks. No foul, says the referee. Nawal Molina looked as if he'd fouled him. Now Messi up towards the halfway line and then plays it down the line. It's a big ask of Nawal Molina. And Spain double up on him and deal with it. And that's going to be a free kick. Moreno brought down, gets to his feet quickly. Tries to take the free kick quickly, but Enzo Fernandez has got other ideas, and the referee persuades him to just slow things down. Still 0-0. 84.5 minutes gone. Ball out towards the right-hand side. It's Porro, and now it's Yamal. Lamine Yamal, that's a nice pass into Moreno. Can he get the cross in? No, he can't. Good defending once again by Facundo Medina. Deflects it away to the far side where Spain have themselves a throw up towards the corner flag. Yamal will leave it to Porro. 0-0. Just 5 minutes remaining in this final. Extra time looming. Maybe penalties as well. Kabasi. This is with Rodri again. Plenty of movers ahead of him, but he lifts it to this left-hand side in the unmistakable locks of Cucurella. Laporte. Laporte, solid as a rock at the back, plays now in Saudi for Al Nassr, former Bilbao player as well as Manchester City. And towards the right-hand side, came off from McAllister last, so it will be a throw-in to Spain. Then played inside by Mikel Marina. Spread out to Williams on the left-hand side. Takes it on the chest, and now he can have a run. Comes back inside and tries to go on the outside. Wise to it, though. Molina. They've gone 5 at the back, and it makes them incredibly difficult to break down. They've got 2 war horses down the wing-back positions that can defend, but when needed, get forward. They've got the likes of Messi and Alvarez. They've got the energy of McAllister and Fernandez in midfield. It's a ploy, a change of tactics that they are more than capably suited for. But it's been, without wanting to use the description, a fairly one-sided final. Here is Rodri, who has bossed the midfield. Perhaps the difference between the two sides. Yamal has a look up, finds Rodri again, just siphons it off to Porro, lifts it into the penalty area, shot coming in on the turn. It was a difficult manoeuvre for Ferran Torres, and he couldn't hit the target. It was wide of Martinez's left-hand post and out for a goal kick, and they can breathe a sigh of relief because it was a tremendous ball into the penalty area. Absolutely brilliant ball by Moreno over the top. He perhaps rushed that one a little bit and didn't connect well. Behind for a goal kick. Well, they're still hanging on in there, Lionel Scaloni and his side. 3 minutes plus a minimum 3 minute stoppage time between them and taking it to extra time. They took France to extra time in the last final 3.5 years ago in the heat of Qatar. Now Spain come again. It's a good run forward from Pedri. Yamal just bypasses Enzo Fernandez. Rodri. This is Aymeric Laporte. Into the midfield again. Pedri trying to pull the strings. Has a look over the top, finding Williams on this left-hand side. Will he get there? Just about. Williams brings it under control. Finds Cucurella. Cucurella, 25 yards on the corner flag, left-hand side. This is Rodri. Waits for Alvarez to come and close him down and then plays it sideways to Porro. Porro now to the left-hand side again, and Williams. Nicole Williams. Perfectly capable of having a run at the defenders. Spain probing. Kubasi looks up into the penalty area. This is Moreno. Nice and neat and so tight, and they've got so many defenders back there, Argentina, and haven't cleared it. Here's Yamal. Cutting inside. Still Yamal. Goes the other way this time. Still Yamal. To Rodri. Out towards the left-hand side now. It's everyone behind the ball for Argentina. Williams tries to go inside, but again it's stout defending at the back from Molina. And they are a beast to close down, to break down Argentina. It's proving that way. I said it earlier, the last final of this competition here in 1994 went all the way to penalties without a single goal in 120 minutes of play. And you can't rule out that happening here, but Spain might have other ideas. It's Rodri from the edge of the penalty area. Rodri lets blast with the right foot, and it just sat up and it flew high over the top of the crossbar and behind for a goal kick to Argentina. We're into the final minute of the 90, and it was one that he was just leaning back on. A grimace on the face of Luis de la Fuente. Might have been a chance, but it flew over the top. You're listening to studio-based off-tube commentary of the final at the New York, New Jersey Stadium. Spain 0, Argentina 0. Reminder that this match is being shown on regional, national and local television through broadcasters all around the world, so don't forget to tune in and watch it through your own eyes. It's a throw-in to Argentina, and they are in no great hurry to take it. We're just about to find out from the fourth official, Adam Mukadma, how many more minutes will be added to the 90, and the answer to that is 4. There's a wrestling match going on between Ferran Torres and an Argentine defender. Couldn't quite see who it was. Otamendi. Otamendi wins the free kick from referee Slavko Vincic of Slovenia. Played inside by Otamendi and then all the way back to Martinez in the D at the edge of his own penalty area. Spain 0, Argentina 0. We're counting down the seconds now. 4 minutes of stoppage time. Extra time looming large. This is McAllister. Remember, Argentina haven't had a shot yet. This man has hardly had a touch. Messi. He's been flattened as Messi. And then the ball has been struck into the referee's body. It was a full-blown block from Laporte. Aymeric Laporte was standing there. It wasn't anything brutal. And Messi's been flattened. He's back on his feet. He's been helped up by the man that put him there, Laporte. And run straight into him. That's one way of stopping Messi. Just stand in his way. And it was that easy. But it was there. But it's a free kick to Argentina. And as I said earlier, we've played 91.5 minutes now and they haven't had a single shot. No shots on target. No shots on target. No shots at all. Get one on target now and get the beating of Unai Simon for only the second time in this tournament, then they will be world champions again. Messi. Wide it goes. Back again to Messi. This is Fernandez to Messi again, who cuts back inside. Still Messi. It's been blocked away. There was a chance of a Spain break, but Messi finding Alvarez. Alvarez gets it wide. This is a cross that comes in. Well, that is the most dangerous they've looked all afternoon. Giuliano Simeone's cross was easily gathered by Simone, and now there's a chance for Williams at the other end, and he goes scampering up the right-hand side in towards the penalty area. Williams with a shot, the save by Martinez, and that's probably the best of his saves so far. Everything's been straight at him, and that one pretty much was straight at him. Now that's a tackle, and this could be a red card. And it is a yellow card and a red card for Enzo Fernandez. He went straight through the back of Kabasi. And he has been shown a second yellow. And Argentina are down to 10 men in stoppage time. Enzo Fernandez, scorer of the equalising goal against England in the semi-final, shown a red card. And Argentina down to 10 men. Well, Kabasi came onto it. And he clears it, and as he clears it, it's followed through by the Argentine midfielder, and that was where he was pulled up, and a second yellow, and out came that red card, toppling Kabasi up in the air. It's a nasty one, and he has been sent off. And he's not leaving the pitch at the moment, Enzo Fernandez. He needs to get off. VAR will have their look. It is being checked out. I can't see how they're possibly going to overrule that being a yellow card. But they are arguing in their numbers at the moment. Messi leading the protests. But this could be a massive moment in the final. A second yellow for Enzo Fernandez. I can't see how on earth it's going to be overturned as a yellow card. We've only seen the replay the once. And I have to say, I didn't think there was anything other than a yellow card off the end of it. As soon as the challenge went in and you saw Pau Cubarsí topple up in the air, you knew that Enzo Fernandez was in trouble. And he gets a second yellow and is red carded. Let's have another look, shall we? Oh, not there. But one thing's for sure, Cubarsí is still down and in a lot of pain. I don't know what Messi's trying to get across at the moment, but Enzo Fernandez is still out there. So, Argentina down to 10 men. And Cubarsí's back to his feet. And it's a free kick. And we've played 5 minutes now, the 4 minutes added on. Of course, there will probably be another couple of minutes here. And Argentina are going to have to do it the hard way if they are to retain this world title of theirs. Cubarsí plays it across to Aymeric Laporte. I feel that Spain have been much the better side. If there was to be a late winner, you feel it will only be justice if Spain were to get it. And now Argentina, who haven't had a single shot in this game, are going to have to be more negative, defensive and streetwise. Here's Yamal. Got caught in two minds, really. It's been brought away by Alvarez. He cuts inside, gives it straight to Cucurella. Cucurella into the feet of Ferran Torres, who's brought down right on the edge of the penalty area, right on the line of the D by Paredes. And that's going to be a free kick, and one good free kick here. Could be curtains for Paredes and for Argentina. Well, they've used all their 5 substitutions of Argentina. I have no doubt they will look to bring on a midfield player to help things out. They've got 5 at the back. They've got 2 wingers and 2 strikers. There's no one really other than Alexis McAllister that can sit in that midfield. But this is a chance. Porro and Yamal. Hit it and score, and Spain will be world champions. It's one kick of a football, and so much rides on it. Yamal stands, waits. You get the feeling it's all set up for the teenager. Well, Porro can hit a free kick, there's no doubt about that. The left foot of Lamine Yamal is the focus of everyone on the globe at the moment. A 19-year-old whose tournament has improved as it's gone along, but it might well be Porro yet, you know. He's bang centre. They've got 4 in the wall, Argentina. And they've got to hope that they can't do damage here, Spain. Spain free kick. Porro or Yamal? Who's it to be? 98 minutes on the clock. The world title on the kick of a football. It's going to be Yamal. It's tipped around the post by Martinez. It's a corner. And Martinez making a save. Well, he's had to make save after save in this game. And most of them have been run-of-the-mill. And whilst he flew through the air and made a good save there, it was a good height. Here comes the corner from Williams. He's played short again. Back in again. Solid challenge coming in. And there goes the final whistle. And it's a world final once again in the US. that fails to deliver a goal in 90 minutes. But Enzo Fernandez shown a second yellow in stoppage time means that Argentina are going to have to try and battle through this with just the 10 men, and they haven't had a single shot all game so far. It's Spain's to be won, but they haven't found that breakthrough yet, and they've got to find a way through Enzo Martinez. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back for extra time in just a few moments' time. Okay, welcome back. It's extra time in the final. It's Spain 0, Argentina 0. If you are just tuning in for the first time in this final. Let me tell you that Spain have had endless shots on target, and a vast majority of them have been within reach of Martinez. Couple of half-decent saves, nothing world-class, I would say, but Spain have done enough to win this game in 90 minutes. And Enzo Fernandez, 2 yellow cards, he's off, and Argentina down to 10 men for the entirety of extra time, and now they've really got their backs against the wall. Here comes Spain. Pedri to Porro, wide to Yamal. Free kick at the end, forcing the save from Martinez. If it had gone in, it would have been a world winner. Williams trying to get the better of Molina. Cucurella, touched off by the Spanish substitute Pedri. Spain have still got 2 substitutions because it's extra time. Argentina do get an extra substitution of their own, but they used 5 very early on. There's Porro with an added man. Can Spain make this count? Yamal to Porro. It's a nice touch by Ferran Torres, but he was just surrounded by Argentinian defenders, and Tagliafico wins a free kick as Porro takes one in the jaw. Tagliafico went crashing into him there, but it was a foul on Tagliafico in the first place, but Porro certainly felt Tagliafico's full body weight crashing into his jawline. Now, Argentina have failed to keep a clean sheet in 90 minutes in any of the 5 previous games, so they've at least halted that run and kept a clean sheet here, but they've scored at least 2 in every match in 2026 and won every one of them. And they haven't even registered a single shot on target, or off target for that matter, in this game so far. And they're going to win this world title. They're going to do it in style and against all odds. Here comes Spain into the penalty area. Ferran Torres towards the byline, pulls it back. Yamal can't quite reach it. And there's Alvarez back there helping out. Tagliafico lifts it down the line. Alvarez brings it back under control. Doesn't quite make it back to McAllister. Here's a chance for Pedri. Into the box, and a glancing header. It didn't quite get the touch there, Williams, and it's a good save by Emiliano Martinez. It's another save from the Argentine goalkeeper. It's save after save. It's attack after attack, wave after wave from Spain, but it is still 0-0. It's a cracking ball from Pedri, and he just needs to take a touch there. He doesn't quite get his head to it. Even at one of his dreadlocks, just to change the direction slightly might have helped. It just needed some sort of touch to change the direction, and Fox Martinez, who was able to make the save. But as he keeps making these saves, they are getting more and more extended. It's a goal kick to Argentina. We've played 3.5 minutes of the first period of extra time, and he did get the slightest of touches, but it wasn't enough to take it away from the Argentina goalkeeper. And it is still 0-0. Spain 0, Argentina 0. 2 sides in terrific form. They have the art of winning. 16 attempts on goal from Spain, 11 on target. No attempts on goal from Argentina, nothing on target. I think that stat alone tells you enough, and Spain really should be winning this game. And they're going to bring on Nico Paz in a minute. Might take a defender off and go for it. Here is Rodri. Took a deflection. Wasn't great defending though. Trying desperately to get rid of it in that midfield area through Paredes. It's back with Aymeric Laporte. And now it's Pedri. Pedri and Rodri in that midfield. Williams back again to Pedri. Now Rodri, now Pedri, and now Kubasi, who's managed to fully recover from being tossed up in the air by Enzo Fernandez, which resulted in their second yellow card, which has left Argentina Down to 10 men for the entirety of extra time. Ball out towards the far left-hand wing. And it's Williams who tucks it inside, trying to get the ball into the penalty area. But they've escaped with it here through Simeone. And Simeone has closed it down and it's gone flying down the line, but he's not going to be able to keep that one in. It's gone out for a throw-in. And it is still 0-0. And if anyone can get this one over the line to penalties, then you've got to say it will probably be Argentina. The nitty-gritty way. They won't care one jota, the 16 shots and 11 on target. Into the penalty area. It's a chance for Moreno. It comes to Williams, and Williams scores. But it won't count, I don't think, or will it? No, the referee's blown his whistle. It was a foul by Moreno. Nothing wrong with the finish from Nico Williams. Finally, they find the breakthrough. But Martinez was fouled by Mikel Moreno, and I did think it was a foul. It felt like a foul. The instant reaction of the referee suggested he was going to disallow it. It didn't stop Nico Williams from going off and starting his celebrations. The ball into the box. It's a great touch from Moreno to get away, and he tries to get the shot in. Does he get a touch there? Well, you know what? It's subjective. Does he get a touch here, Moreno? Well, I don't know that he's touched the goalkeeper there, you know. I've got a feeling they might review this VAR. I don't see an awful lot wrong with that. This is going to be interesting. VAR, who haven't been called upon once in the 90 minutes, might just have a little look at this. I don't think that Mikel Moreno makes any direct contact of sorts with Emiliano Martinez. I don't think it's a foul. The ball whistled into the box. It's a great touch from Moreno to turn away from Otamendi. He went flying to ground. Goodness only knows why. I mean, it was terrible defending. Doesn't quite get the touch. Martinez has stayed down. Not sure he even picked up an injury, but he's gone down and he's getting treatment. And I'm not entirely certain whether VAR are actually having a look at this or not. Going on the referee's say-so. It's a big moment in the game. Spain finding an opening. Nico Williams scoring. But Mikel Moreno judged to have fouled Emilio Martinez in the eyes of the referee. I'm not entirely certain there was much in it. The big question is, are VAR reviewing it? And as every second passes, it feels more and more like they're not. Here comes Spain. Change or two. Eric Garcia of Girona is coming on. And so too is Martin Zubamendi. Coming off is Rodri, who's run himself into the ground. And Laporte as well. So Laporte and Rodri are the two players to come off. So a double change. Eric Garcia will go in at central defence. Zubamendi will just hold the fort in the midfield. Arsenal player, of course. Long ball forward. It's one in the air by Alvarez. He's chasing his own header because there's no one else up there. Messi has been on the periphery all game. He's barely had a touch. Early touch here for the Spanish substitute Zubamendi. Gets it wide. Now a chance may be here for Spain to win the ball back. It was a poor pass really from Medina. And this is Lamine Yamal. Nice Zubamendi. Fresh pair of legs just to give Spain that extra drive from the midfield. This is Pedri, chips it in towards the penalty area. Marino was almost on the end of it. Good clearance away by Paredes. And here is Messi. Messi gets the better of Kabasi but fouls him in the process. Tries to lob the goalkeeper, but he's not going to get away with that one. Well, they've got away with one a little bit here of Argentina, down to 10 men, and the goal from Moreno don't know what Zubamendi was, not Zubamendi, so I don't know what Otamendi was doing for that goal. He just kind of clung hold of Moreno and then went flying to the ground. Cucurella to Williams. Williams finding Pedri. Wide by Kubasi. Can Porro get the cross in? He can, it's a deep one. It's a good header away. A needed one as well from Facundo Medina. It's with Cucurella. Nicely controlled by Garcia. Here they come again, Spain, Pedri. It's a ball into the box. Instead it comes back out again. This is Pau Kubasi. Wide to Lamine Yamal. To that left foot of his. Comes into Porro. Porro's gone for a run into the penalty area. Here's Yamal, tries to curl it. It's too high. It's a little on the wide side as well. It's going to be a goal kick to Argentina. We've played 11 minutes in the first period of extra time. And Argentina are going to bring on that one substitute that they've got remaining. And it's going to be the Tottenham-bound Bournemouth defender, Marcus Senesi. From the Feyenoord and San Lorenzo player comes on for Alvarez. And striker on, defender off. I think you can read into Argentina's game plan here. It's one of hold on to what we've got. We'll do this one on penalties. Well, it's been a one-sided final. Argentina have held on grimly. They're holding on grimly at the moment with 10 men. As the ball is launched forward by Emiliano Martinez. It's helped on by Simeone. Simeone battling away, but it's brilliant play by Pedri. Pedri wins it. And now Porro. Pedro Porro on the right-hand side. Lamau. Pedro Porro again. Even I'm getting tired as a commentator. It takes it out on your 90 minutes, 120. It's taxing on the brain. But it's been a riveting final. Can Spain finish it off? This is Williams into the box. It's headed wide. Oh, Moreno only had to put it in the corner and he couldn't quite extend himself to put it on target. What a chance for Spain. He's onside as well and he's glanced it wide. And you have to say, of all the chances that Spain have created in this game, and there have been many, that was probably the clearest of the lot. Unbelievable for Moreno. Well, that would have surely won the World Cup. Here's Pedri. Zubamendi. Pedri again. Spain extending from the right to the left. Cucurella to Williams. Argentina, everyone behind the ball. Back out wide to Yamal on the right-hand side. Now Porro. Guided wide by Pedri. This is Williams. There's a look up again. Still Williams. Still Williams. Tries the shot. It's blocked and blocked very well indeed by Paredes, who's now playing the holding midfield role. And this is Messi. Long ball over the top. Cucurella. No foul given. Well, Cucurella seemed to go through the back of Simeone there. And for me, that was a cast iron foul. But nothing given. Long ball forward. This is Yamal. Not a good first touch. And it comes off of him and out for a throw-in. That could have been a breakaway there. And Simeone has now come darting all the way across the pitch to point out to the referee that he should have had a free kick. And I'm on his side with that one. It should have been a free kick. It was a foul by Cucurella. The bench were absolutely adamant it was a foul. And they go straight to the fourth official. And the fourth official hasn't made that decision. And then Yamal was dragged off the pitch as he tried to keep the ball in play. He had a little swipe at Tagliafico there. I don't think there was much in it. Not enough intervention, I don't think. Coach Lionel Scaloni of Argentina has just been shown a yellow card for his reactions. It's played out wide by Simeone. And back inside by Molina to Medina. 3 minutes of added time at the end of the first period of extra time. We might not have had a goal. It certainly kept us on the edge of our seats as Williams goes down. Don't think there was any foul in that. Medina keeps it alive. Now it's with Paredes. Paredes has kind of gone back into the midfield now. He's very versatile, Paredes. Given it, they're all Argentina defensively. You can't say they haven't been superb at the back, but here is a ball into the penalty area. Down goes Ferran Torres. Wants a free kick, doesn't get it. Cleared away by the hordes of Argentinian defenders in that back line at the moment. Here's Messi. There's it back inside. It's Simeone. Simeone gets the ball back from Paredes. Paredes losing out. Moreno got caught there, but the referee plays on. This is Pedri. What can he conjure up? It's one back though by Simeone. Simeone reversing it to Messi, and Messi gets away from the tackle by Garcia and sends it out wide to the left-hand side. The pace of Porro is able to clear things up at the back for Spain, but Messi on the ball there, which was something that we haven't seen much of. All too rare. Not much Messi today. Medina's gone off to get a drink when he needs to be taking the throw in, which is what Spain are trying to point out. And as soon as he goes to take the throw, Argentina have got a man on the floor. And it's Tagliafico. Ferran Torres puts his point across and the referee tells him to calm down. Well, that's just stupid really from Tagliafico, falling over under nothing. Ball has been struck against Giuliano Simeone and behind for a goal kick, is it? Well, the trouble is with this stadium is that the front row spectators down on this near touchline block off the vantage point of the touchline. It is actually a throw. It's taken by Porro. Down the line it goes, headed up in the air by Senesi. Senesi has gone into the heart of that now five-man defence again. And the referee needs eyes at the back of his head. It's starting to get a bit spicy out there. Moreno sent tumbling up in the air from Paredes. Throw into Argentina. And they're trying every trick in the book to round this game up, and as every second passes by, so Argentina make it through to half-time in extra time. Well, they had the ball in the net, did Spain, but it didn't count. I'm not sure there was much of a foul on Martinez. They got away with one, and then they got away with another. The header from Moreno, if it's on target, it's 1-0, and they could well have won it. Moreno glanced it wide, and he knows that was a big miss. So Spain still can't break down the 10 men of Argentina. I'm having a look at the moment at the big moments in that first period, particularly the Williams goal. I'm not sure there was a lot in it. I mean, you look at here at Moreno, who's left Otamendi for dead. What Otamendi was doing, I don't know. He just fell over as if he'd been blasted by a shotgun, but I mean, that took him out of the equation. Well, Argentina are made for these occasions, and the huddle around their manager, Lionel Scaloni, tells them to dig deep, to grind out a 0-0 and to do it on penalties. Argentina won't care whether they pick up new friends along the way. It's all about getting it over the line. Or can Spain get it over the line themselves? That is the big question. This is a massive 15 minutes of football. There's some tired limbs out there. For both sides, it has to be said. The 10 men of Argentina holding on. Marino's header wide. If he puts that in, you feel that Spain would have won this. The game is still on a knife edge. And you know that Argentina have got the characters. They've got that capability of just getting it over the line. Tagliafico's down on the ground at the moment. He can barely get to his feet, but he bounces back up and he's literally thrown back on the pitch, and he jogs on with as much energy as he had in the very first minute of normal time. 15 minutes of extra time remaining. We're off and underway in the second period of extra time. It's Argentina kicking towards the goal away to our right. They haven't shot on or off target in the entirety of this final. And given that they're down to 10 men and showing a distinct lack of ambition, it's most likely that they will get through the entirety of the 120 minutes without a single shot on or off target. Can Spain break the deadlock? It's Yamal on the right-hand side, cuts inside. Tees it up for Porro, sends it to the back post. It's Williams who brings it back, and it's crashed into the net. And Spain have the goal, and it's Ferran Torres. Spain lead in the first minute of the second period of extra time. And it was a goal that they richly deserve. Ferran Torres is the hero. It was won at the back post by Williams, and it sat up nicely, and Ferran Torres just put his left foot through it, laces through it, and it rose up into the roof of the net. And it's Spain that finally break the Argentinian resistance, and it comes from a substitute in Ferran Torres. Well, that was a real finish from Torres as well. Absolutely on the money. They haven't been able to produce classy finishing all afternoon. It was Lamine Yamal who tees up Porro, who crosses. Williams does well to head it backwards, and he just leathers it into the roof of the net with his bright yellow boots. It's a great finish, first time left-footed, and Ferran Torres has Spain on the brink of lifting the big gold cup. Great play by Williams to nod it back, and the resistance is broken. Ferran Torres. Well, he's kicked that corner flag out of its socket, and Messi can't believe it. They're going to have to do something here, Argentina. They've barely got an attacker on the pitch. They've taken off Alvarez. They've left Messi on there. And now they're going to have to try and conjure up something from somewhere with 10 men. Get a free kick, get a corner. They've got a free kick here. Foul by Ferran Torres, the goal scorer. Spain were world champions earlier on this century. It's theirs again if they can just keep that clean sheet. Remember, they've gone all the way through this tournament conceding just one goal. They've never been behind. They would be worthy winners, and they would be deserved winners. And the ball is played into the box, and it's grabbed by Unai Simon. And when they announce the World Cup team of the tournament, you'd have to place him in goal, given that he's only conceded the one goal. There will be plenty of Spanish players in that 11. There will be a Bellingham, there will be an Mbappe, and there will be a Messi. "20 attempts on goal, 12 attempts on target. Argentina, 0 attempts on target, 0 attempts at goal." That tells you all you need to know. Spain have scored a goal. And Argentina aside, most of the world will say that's a fully deserved goal from the European and soon-to-be world champions, you would think, unless Argentina can claw this back against all odds. It's closed down there by Ferran Torres, who then gestures to the Spanish fans on this near side of the pitch to get behind their team. They've still got 11 minutes here, Spain. They've got a one-man advantage, a one-goal advantage. Tagliafico plays it over to the right-hand side of Messi. He's got to get on the ball, and they've got to try and get him to create something. But they need to get players ahead of him, which they have done now. Simeone's ahead of him. McAllister's ahead of him, but he's gone backwards. This is Messi, twists and turns and plays the ball in towards the penalty area. Not a great ball, it's cleared away, but Messi picks up the seconds. Not great control from him. It's cleared away. Medina suddenly having to throw people that are on the pitch to try and defend, throwing them forward up the pitch. They've got no more substitutes to have. Senesi's a defender, Medina's a defender, Molina's a defender, Paredes a defender, Tagliafico, Otamendi. They've got 6 defenders on the park. And they're trying to wrestle Spain and get a goal back. A Spanish side with a watertight rear guard. They are trying to produce an equaliser against all odds. What a fantastic strike, by the way, from Ferran Torres. The King of Spain was the first on his feet to punch the air. Emi Martinez couldn't believe it. Beaten at last. Spain have the lead. And we've got less than 10 minutes to go. Well, up against it with 10 men. Argentina have seen this World Cup catch up with them. Alvarez not out there. He's gone off. Well, the England coach come under some criticism from his substitutions. Argentina put all their eggs in one basket to get this one over the line to penalties. The goal going in has left them very, very unlikely. With Pedro Porro. It's almost shocked Spain because now they've got it in the bag. It's a complete change of direction. They've got what they need. They've got the goal. They've got to play this one out. They've got to keep the ball. They've got to manage the game, and we know that Spain have got the players to do that. Here's Cucurella over the halfway line. Of course, the second goal right now would kill everything off and secure the victory. Wide from Pedri. This is Williams. He scored in the first period of extra time, only for it to be disallowed for a foul by Moreno on Martinez. I'm not sure it was a foul, to be perfectly honest, but it was disallowed. Not even VAR intervened. Here's Cucurella on the left-hand side. Just putting some passes together here. Here's Ferran Torres. Plays it into the channel for Williams, who's a willing runner. Gets to the byline. He's been wrestled to the ball there by Senesi, and Senesi's done well and somehow won a free kick. In fact, it's an offside decision against Williams. And they've got to get moving here, Argentina. They need the ball forward. Spain leading by a goal to nil. Martinez takes the free kick. 7 minutes to go. Headed away by Ferran Torres. There's Torres again, over the top. He's going to be offside, but he's through here. It's Ferran Torres to make it 2-0, and he does. He makes it 2-0, but his celebrations are quickly cut short because the assistant referee over on the far side of the pitch, Andres Kovacic, raises his flag, and I don't think it was a very difficult decision. Do you know what? I'm just looking at the replay there, and I'm not looking at it flush on. It looks a bit tighter on the replay, but no. The automated system quickly jumps in and concludes that the assistant referee got it spot on. Messi gets it wide to Molina. His ball forward, not a good one. Williams will go jumping into Medina. Medina flattened. Free kick, Argentina. Paredes puts the ball down, and Argentina just need to throw everyone forward and try and utilise these free kicks. They're not getting many of them, so then suddenly they realise, and everyone's got forward, and this is where, of course, Spain could pick them off. And this is their only hope, Argentina, their only hope. Paredes headed away at source by Ferran Torres, the goal scorer. There's Martinez. Paredes across to the left-hand side. Senesi. Now Messi. What can he do? Flicks it past Pedri. Still Messi. Still going Messi. Tries to get the cross in. They've managed to win a corner here. It came off of Eric Garcia. Messi on the ball, and that's about as prominent as he's been in this final. Messi's corner all the way back. Sent back out again to Messi. Messi with a long looping cross, which lands on the roof of the net and is a goal kick. Well, they're asking Messi to dig them out of the deepest hole he's ever dug anyone out of, I think. He dug them out of something against Egypt, didn't he? And England. But this is a whole different hole that he's got to dig out of. And I don't see him doing it. I really don't. It's not impossible. Well, at 19, Lamine Yamal, he's on the brink of being a European champion and a world champion. What a player he is. He's coming to the tournament with an injury, hamstring injury, but he's got stronger and stronger. With a decent game today up against Tagliafico. He's caused him problems. This is Williams on the left-hand side, and he's going to run it into the corner. It's still Williams, and Williams gets away from his man. Williams into the box. Oh, I don't know what he was trying to do there. He tried a little step over, but there was no defender in front of him. He didn't need to. And he's kicked it with his left foot against his right foot and behind. I'm not sure what he was doing there. The whole occasion caught up with him, and it was inexplicable. Mental blockade. And I don't think Nico Williams will want to look back on that one in a hurry. This is Messi. He's getting on the ball a little bit more now, Messi. Well, he would well and truly be a miracle worker if Argentina were to turn this one around now. It's into the corner. Can they keep it in play with Simeone? They can. Simeone pulls it back. It's Messi who hits it. It's straight into the face of Mikel Merino, who goes down. And Messi there with a strike at goal. Not sure if that was going in. Let's have a look from the angle behind where he hit it. Do you know what? That was going towards goal. And it smashes into the face of Mikel Merino. That's called taking one for the team. That might well have been going in, you know. And, Ferran Torres, who's got potentially the world final winning goal, going around pushing into some of his defenders and saying, come on, let's get this one over the line. It's not done yet. We cannot afford to let a bit of Messi magic take away our moment. Just having a look at that offside decision against Ferran Torres, and he was just offside at arm's length, quite literally, and no more. There's an injury at the moment to Moreno, where he's taken the ball full on in the face. He should be up on his feet very shortly. And, Spain on the brink. It's about 2.5 minutes to go. There's going to be at least 2 minutes added on. So, referee's got the ball in his hands. And he's saying it's got to be a drop ball, not a corner. Because he's restarting because of a head injury. Well, for me, that's a corner. I don't quite get why that becomes a drop ball. Argentina have it in an attacking sense. This is Molina. It's with Otamendi. Tries to launch it forward. Jamal sticks a foot out and blocks it. It's gone out for a throw, and that just keeps Argentina at bay. for now at least. It's gone all the way to Martinez. Martinez has been chased by Yamal. Thrusts it high up into the Spanish half. It's helped on to Messi. Messi tries to get it straight through the middle. It's volleyed away by Kabasi. Gets good distance on it. Looked like a push by Williams. It was a push by Williams. It's a free kick to Argentina. We're into the last minute of stoppage time. If they can get a goal here, Argentina, they take it to penalties. Messi stands over it. The free kick is about 10 yards inside the Spanish half, wide on the right-hand side. Lamine Yamal stands in the way of Messi, who will launch this one high into the box. All the big guns are forward. Medina's in there, Otamendi's in there, Senesi's in there. He's played short and back to Messi, who gets away from Lamine Yamal. Great play by Messi. The cross comes in and it's gone wide. What a chance. Giuliano Simeone's cross, and Marcus Senesi couldn't hit the target when applying the finish. It may well have been Tagliafico. It was Tagliafico, and it could have gone anywhere. So close to an equaliser. 120 minutes are up, and it's a corner kick, and well, they're giving it a go here, aren't they, Argentina, and full credit to them for it, because I didn't see it coming. It's Messi that's inspiring them. They nearly got there. 5 minutes of added time. Here comes the Messi corner, in underneath the crossbar. It's all over the place at the moment. Smuggled behind another corner, and they're holding on a little bit here, Spain. Medina almost applying the finish. So Messi takes the corner. It's going to have to be retaken. In fact, the referee's still sorting everything out inside the box. Well, it's got drama in this right the way to the end. Tagliafico is wrestling inside that 6-yard box. Couldn't fit too many more bodies in that 6-yard box. It's flicked on. It comes back out again, and it's over the crossbar. Fired over by Nicolas Otamendi, who couldn't keep it down. Or was it Simeone? It was Simeone. It's so crowded in there, couldn't see who it was. Simeone. It comes out, and Simeone swings at it, and it's just over. Did it touch the crossbar on its way over? No, it didn't. It was miles over. It was just, part of me felt it might have taken a diversion on its way through, but that was nowhere near the crossbar. That was way over. So, Spain have the ball. They are on the brink of becoming world champions here. Porro just needs to launch it down the line. After it is Ferran Torres. Argentina get it clear that they're deep inside their own half at the moment, and they are wobbling on empty. One last launch forward maybe. 5 minutes of added time, remember, so we've still got 3 minutes to play. It's a free kick and a foul on Nicolas Otamendi. So a free kick is taken quickly. Up towards Messi. Messi trying to drop deep and make things happen. Messi's ball forward. McAllister goes backwards. Played out wide by Medina. And down the line again. It's McAllister tries to turn inside. But, it's gone out for a throw-in, has it? Or has the referee spotted a foul inside the penalty area on a Spanish defender? I think he has. It was Simeone with that shot that went flying over the crossbar a couple of minutes ago. That was the moment they had two chances, didn't they, Argentina? They very nearly clawed it back, but not quite. There's still time. It's 2 minutes. Spain are nearly there. So close now, Spain. Doubling up on the European glories of 2 years ago, beating England in the final. There is still a chance here for Argentina, and how they've managed to almost dig it back, I'm not too sure. I didn't think they had it in them, but here's Messi, who was not turned up until very, very late. in extra time. Messi's the last man at the back. He's going to knock this one straight down the middle and straight into the arms of goalkeeper Unai Simon, who takes it. And there is a minute of stoppage time left. Not quite sure where they got the 5 minutes from in this, to be perfectly honest with you. But Argentina trailing by a goal to nil, and they've given the ball away. And here comes Spain, and the best form of defence is attack. Williams, keep the ball, that's the key. Cucurella, across by Eric Garcia to the right-hand side, and Pedro Porro. Moreno manages to pick out Cucurella, acres of space on the left-hand side. Finds Ferran Torres in the channel. It's being pursued by a couple of defenders. A sliding challenge comes in. Bypasses Cucurella. Cucurella brings down the Argentine midfielder Otamendi. Was a midfielder now. They're pushing everyone forward. This is it. It's the last chance. There are 20 seconds of injury time remaining. Martinez places the ball just ahead of the halfway line, just inside his own half. He's going to lash this one forward. It's the last chance that Argentina have of taking this one to penalties. Martinez drops it long. It's headed away. It's volleyed away by Ferran Torres. And Spain are champions of the world. They have beaten Argentina by 1-0. It's Ferran Torres that volleys them left-footed into the roof of the net early in the first period of extra time. Spain are the world champions as well as the European champions. Congratulations to them. Well, until the last 3 or 4 minutes of extra time, Argentina didn't have a single shot on or off target. They had a couple of big moments late on. They fell to Tagliafico and to Simeone, but they couldn't take them, and they were big chances as well. Spain are the world champions, and justifiably so. And it's finished here. Spain 1, Argentina 0. The Argentinian coach Lionel Scaloni's going around the Spanish players at the moment. Not quite sure what the message is, but there doesn't seem to be any particular angst down on the pitch. The best team won, there's no doubt about that. Lamine Yamal is the champion. Has Messi gone out with a tear in his eye, or will he be back at the age of 42 in 4 years' time? You just don't know. Anyway, thank you very much for your prolonged company this afternoon and this evening. We hope you've enjoyed the commentary. It's finished here. Spain 1, Argentina 0. Ferran Torres with a goal in extra time to make Spain the kings of the world. Have a good night, everybody.